I just subscribed to you.
This is why I don't like using my stuff for this. I have the same problem with like working on the OS Top 10. I tried forever getting access to the Top 10's Twitter account, and I couldn't, so I had to do mine. And I get like 50 people like, I want to connect. I'm like, I don't want to connect. Thanks, but no.
I don't know. At this point, I don't know who's a senior and who's not. I know I've been in classes with you for like years. When do you graduate?
I'm hanging out.
Next year. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the long haul.
Right.
I showed up to certification at the end,
No.
Sorry.
Go for it. I can't do it. I just have to.
Just be careful what you say.
Maybe.
There's a 20-second delay, but nobody's monitoring it.
We are happy for you, Jacie.
Thank you. So like, do you want me to wait exactly for 12? Or do you want me to start like now?
No, I'm ready to go.
Okay. Should I be sitting down at 12? Should I like be sitting up?
She's everything.
No, this is what I do, okay?
Just have it playing. And then I'll introduce you, and then you decide. We'll do that in a couple minutes.
Mine's at like 3:20.
That's like how the problem
It's gonna be a question. They're gonna disappear.
Are they really?
They're gonna disappear.
I'm
I'm gonna nab them. It's gonna be me. This one's mine right here. I love these people. They write so smooth.
Alright, so we're going to get started in just a minute. You should have feedback forms, pens, whatever, close enough to you to fill one out. Please do so. It's super simple. 6 circles, a name, so I know who it applies to. That would be much appreciated. There's snacks you're welcome to, water. We are live streaming this on YouTube, so try to be quiet during the presentation so we can hear the presenter. We'll close this until it gets too warm. All right, thank you everybody for coming. So to the first presentation of the Scholarship Symposium for Computer Science. There are, I think, 64 people presenting today overall at Scholarship Symposium, and 16 of them are computer science. So it's kind of crazy. We have a big class this year, and so to lead us off is Jacie Johnson, and she's going to present on her project for cybersecurity and civil aviation. So welcome, Jacie.
Hi everybody. Okay, so this is my project, Cybersecurity and Civil Aviation. It's a research project. And I decided to go a little bit more in depth, so I decided to choose the topic, emerging threats and vulnerabilities in civil aviation due to the introduction of the Internet of Things and information communication technology. So first, my research objectives. I wanted to review malicious incidents, evaluate current cybersecurity mechanisms by performing keyword searches, identifying changes in the field, and identify gaps and differences. And then finally, I wanted to make recommendations for future research. So first, we'll be looking at some threats in the civil aviation cybersecurity field. So the first threat is malware infections. These are any type of malicious software designed to cause harm or damage to a computer, server, client, or computer network and/or infrastructure without end user knowledge. The next threat we're looking at is ransomware attacks. These are a malicious software designed to block access to computer systems or data until a sum of money is paid. Next are phishing attacks. So phishing attacks in civil aviation are deceptive practices aimed at tricking employees, passengers, or stakeholders into revealing sensitive information. So this can range from login credentials and personal information to security details about aviation systems. And the last threat I have up there are data breaches, and these are unauthorized access or disclosure of personal data, operational information, or proprietary technology. Next, we are going to look at the vulnerabilities. So some vulnerabilities, these are the biggest 4 vulnerabilities in civil aviation. You have human error. These are mistakes made by employees, such as falling for phishing scams or misconfiguring systems. These can lead to security breaches. Next, we have a lack of comprehensive cybersecurity policies. So cybersecurity is still pretty new in the modern day, and so we have inadequate policies and procedures for managing and mitigating cyber risks across all levels of the aviation sector. The next vulnerability we have is the interconnected and networked systems. So the increasing connectivity and interdependence of aviation systems enhances efficiency, but also creates potential entry points for cyber attacks. This includes systems on board aircrafts, airport operations, and passenger service systems. And then the final vulnerability that we're looking at is legacy systems. So these are just older systems that are out of date and not updated. These can be more vulnerable to attacks. Okay, we're going to be looking at some examples highlighting the threats and vulnerabilities. So the first one is the British Airways data breach. This was back in 2018. This was a cybersecurity incident that occurred due to legacy systems. And this breached the financial information of about 500,000 customers. It was attributed to the vulnerabilities in the airline's legacy IT systems, which were exploited by hackers to gain unauthorized access to sensitive data. And this incident highlights the risks associated with outdated infrastructure in the aviation industry and underscores the importance of modernizing cybersecurity measures to protect against cyber threats. Another incident, it's another data breach, also in 2018. This was a sophisticated cyber attack which led to the unauthorized access of personal data of not 500,000 but 9.4 million customers. And this highlights the impact of data breaches on customer trust and regulatory compliance. Alright, so what are we currently doing to help mitigate these risks? 3 things that the civil aviation cybersecurity sector is doing is implying regulatory frameworks. Excuse me. So the International Civil Aviation Organization plays a big role in this. It shapes global aviation security, including cybersecurity. It establishes standards and recommended practices under the Annex 17 to its convention. So it specifically addresses cybersecurity with the broader framework of aviation security. Next, we have compliance standards and industry best practices. So compliance standards, and there's a lot of these, but one I found was the IEC 2701. This is for information security management, and it helps aviation stakeholders protect against cyber threats. And industry best practices are another part of that. So there's several different organizations that help implement these. So the Aerospace Industries Association, the Airports Council International, and the Air Transport Association set industry best practices in motion. They ensure quality and innovation in aerospace manufacturing, focus on efficient airport management, and promote safety and operational excellence for airlines globally. And then the last defense mechanism we're looking at is artificial intelligence and current defenses. So AI does a lot of things, but the main three that I looked at were the predictive maintenance, optimized flight operations, and enhanced cyber threat detection. My methodology for this research project. So first, I used extensive searches were conducted using Google, employing relevant keywords to gather diverse online resources. Additionally, access to scholarly articles and academic literature was obtained through Union University's library database. And finally, official PDFs, websites, and documents were meticulously scrutinized to extract policy guidance and action plans from reputable sources. And these are some of the keywords I used. These are some of my key findings. So what I found, the impact of the Internet of Things and information communication technology. I briefly mentioned these earlier, but here's a little bit more in depth of what they are. The Internet of Things basically enables real-time data collection and sharing, enhancing maintenance efficiency and flight safety. And information communication technology optimizes air traffic control systems, aircraft operations, and maintenance processes, leading to improved efficiency and customer service. Significance of automated tasks. So what I found was that the Internet of Things is a big help in automating tasks that are usually manual. So things like flight planning and management, air traffic management, baggage handling, passenger check-in, and flight data analysis are now automated. And then last, I found that emerging threats and vulnerabilities play a huge part, of course, because it's cybersecurity. And I did mention these earlier. Like the malware attacks, ransomware, human error. Moving on, the identified gaps in the civil aviation cybersecurity sector. These are very similar. They're the same as my vulnerabilities, but first, human error, the comprehensive cybersecurity policies, the lack thereof, and the interconnected and network systems and legacy systems. For future recommendations and research directions, what I would recommend is employee education. So conducting regular cybersecurity awareness training programs for all aviation personnel is important to educate them on best practices. Raising awareness of potential threats, such as phishing attacks, like we mentioned earlier, and empowering them to identify and respond to security incidents efficiently. Next is implementing industry standards and practices. This is, of course, very important because if we don't have these, what are we going to do when we get attacked? So adopting industry standards and best practices recommended by main aviation organizations is important to strengthen cybersecurity resilience across aviation operations, including flight planning, maintenance management, and network segmentation. Information sharing and collaboration is another recommendation I have. International collaboration shares initiatives to harmonize cybersecurity standards, sharing best practices, and coordinate responses to global cyber threats affecting the aviation sector. And then finally, future research directions. I think it would be interesting to look at the human factors in civil aviation. So understanding different human factors in cybersecurity incidents within the aviation sector, including human error, social engineering tactics, and psychological aspects of influencing security behaviors to design more effective training and awareness programs. Any questions, comments, concerns? Yes, sir.
Did you notice differences between different airline companies about how they handled or even stated that they handled their cybersecurity?
I did not look specifically at different statements from airlines. I just kind of looked at the broader spectrum, so I didn't look specifically into different airlines.
Question. Overall, in your research, do you get the feeling that the industry is improving or getting worse, or like what direction, how do you feel the overall industry is going?
Well, I mean, technology is evolving, so I think we are gradually improving, but not much is being, like, we could do more. So it's kind of stale right now. So we are where we are at. Maybe slightly. No further questions? No further questions? That is all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
That's up to you. You don't have to.
Always.
Good job, Jacie.
I have a question.
Yes.
So under your name, do we put the presenter's name or do we put our?
The presenter's name?
Yeah, do we?
On the sheet.
On the sheet.
Oh, you put who's presenting?
Okay.
Who's being evaluated?
Okay.
So we're supposed to be anonymous as the evaluator. We're
It
being-
says your name on the top.
But I'm like curious if it's like, I was wondering if it meant like the presenter or like.
So your name is supposed to be your name. The project, well, so project name, you could put project name or presenter name.
Okay.
The whole idea of the top one was, I mean, your responses are essentially anonymous. I'm not paying attention to them. The reason why the form had that was basically to make sure that people filled out a certain minimum.
Right.
But no, I'm not going to be like Sterling gave you this rating. We're not doing that. And after you've filled one out, just go ahead and turn it upside down somewhere on the table and we'll just periodically collect them. Appreciate y'all filling this out.
Do you want me to do it? I can.
Collect them?
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
grab
that'd
them
be
in my
wonderful.
student worker hours.
That counts.
Okay, so you have to do for everyone, or just basically up for every speaker? Or?
Well, you need to fill them out for at least 2 or 3. So you can choose. If you're sitting for more of those, then if you want to fill them out, great.
Because I was running it, so I
Hopefully
kind
you'll
of
love it.
Do you want your name tag now?
I can still say thank you. You're here for this next. That's why we're there. They're actually here, so that I have some. really not unless we go to Telebooks and Jazz.
I almost brought my license. That's what I was kind of really scared because the actually I thought it was not great.
Yeah, it's always the balance of like how much risk you take in improvements. Computer science may have all the
Yes. It's. Yeah.
It was your. Yeah, that's all it is for me. You told me to say that. I do that quickly. Right. He's a good rating.
Try your best. Otherwise, yeah, I've set the live stream for permanent, and then I can still. You can also go back. I mean, as long as it's live, you can always go back and watch it. Yeah, that was the intent, so that you can go back. Welcome everybody to our second session. Introduce Michael Sickle and his project developing a secure mobile application for a local insurance company. So please welcome Mike.
All right, well, thank you everyone for coming. Like Professor Glass just said, my name is Michael Sickle and my project was developing a secure mobile application for a local insurance agency. So, I chose this because I was hired at a local insurance agency as an intern IT and cybersecurity consultant. And at the beginning of the job, I was pretty much just going desk to desk, fixing all the various IT issues different people had. And as that kind of died down, they ended up coming to me and asking me to develop a mobile application for them. So I pretty much had no idea how to do this, but I did a lot of research and landed on some tools that I decided to use, and these were Java, Flutter, MySQL database, the Spring framework, Twilio's API to send SMS messages, ABC Zoom's API to communicate with their customer relationship manager, and then I use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to make a web-facing front end for an employee. So what I already knew were Java and MySQL database from some of my classes here at Union, and what I had to learn were everything else that I just listed down. So for the architecture, I decided to go with a fairly standard development architecture. I had a back-end, a front-end, and a database. So the back-end is basically going to take any requests and then do anything that you would expect to be carried out in the background of an application. The front end is going to be your user interface. So like when you open an application, the menus that you see, anything that you interact with as a human, that's going to be your front end, and that's going to send requests to the back end to be handled. And then the database is going to be anything that needs to be stored by the back end for like long-term between multiple sessions is going to be kept in the database. So the backbone of the back end is called a RESTful API, and I made this using the Spring framework in Java. And it takes what are called HTTP requests from the front end, and these can be in the form of a GET, a POST, or a PUT request. So a GET request is going to be the front end requesting to get something from the back end. A POST request is going to be the front end posting something to the back end. And then a PUT request is going to be the front end updating something in the back end. And then the back end is able to take information from these requests and interact with the database and add any data or remove any data that needs to be added or removed according to those requests. So the back end handles the registration process, and the way that this works is the front end is going to send an email and a phone number, and then the back end is going to check that against its own database to see if an account exists or not with that information. If the account doesn't exist, then an account will be able to be created, and if the account does exist, then it won't allow creation. And then it's also going to check against the agency's customer relationship manager, Agency Zoom, to see if there's a client with that information. And if there is a client with that information, they will be allowed to make an account. And if there's not a client with that information, they won't be. And that's kind of a security measure to make sure that no unauthorized individuals will be able to make accounts on this application. So here's some of the code for the /register endpoint in the application programming interface, the API. So the backend is going to receive the email and the phone number, and then you can see there's a little if statement there that has logic to check whether that user exists or not. If the user doesn't exist, then they're going to be allowed to make an account. If not, then it's going to return a bad request. And then here's some of the actual logic for that. So you can see it checks the phone number link, it checks stuff against the database, it checks against the customer relationship manager's database, updates anything that needs to be updated, and handles all that kind of stuff. So the login process is also handled by the backend. And the way this works on this application is the backend receives a request with the user's email, and then the backend is going to check against the database to see if the user exists with that email. If a user does exist, it'll check that phone number according to the user's that's related to that user's account, and it will send an SMS to their phone containing a randomly generated 5-digit login code, and then they can use that to log in. If everything checks out on the back end, that password's correct, they'll be able to get into their account. So here is the code for that /login endpoint on the back end. So it gets the email, it gets the password, and then it's going to check the user's role, check their username, make sure all of that checks out, and then it will generate a token. And I'll talk about that token generation in just a second. But here's some of the actual logic for that, where it checks everything against the database, adds the login date to the database, all that kind of information that the database needs to store. So the backend also handles the session, and this is that token that I was just talking about. So every time a user logs in, they're going to have what's called a JSON web token generated. And this contains all the user information that the backend needs to know to be able to tell who the user is. So any app that you open where you don't have to log in manually every single time, that's going to be using a token. So on my application, this expires every 24 hours. So every 24 hours, you would have to manually log in every time. But between that time, the front end will just send a token that tells the back end exactly who you are, so that then you can just log in using that token instead of having to manually put your information in. So here's the code that actually generates that token. So you can see that the expiration time is put in there, and I think that's 24 hours in seconds. And then it uses the secret key, which is a random string of characters that will allow it to create that token from that. So that's kind of like a seed for that. And then it sets the subject, which is the username, it sets roles, it sets expiration dates, and that's all the kind of stuff that the backend needs to be able to tell from that token to identify who the user is. So now onto the front end. So I already kind of discussed that the front end is the user interface. So I built this front end using Flutter, which is a language developed by Google, and it has really good cross-platform compatibility with both iOS and Android. So this allowed me to develop for both those platforms at once very easily. And then I also use some HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for an employee portal that I'll show in a demo in just a second. So here's some of the code in Flutter to actually register a user. So as you can see, this is sending an API request to the backend containing the email and the phone number, and then it's going to be expecting a response from the backend. If the response is the code that Flutter is expecting to receive, which would be a 200, that would be a successful HTTP request, then it's going to allow the user to register an account. And if not, then it's going to display an error message or something like that. And then here's some of the code that creates a button in Flutter. So this is kind of the UI parts of using Flutter. So as you can see at the top, you create a row, and then you can decide where you want that button aligned. And then there's the actual code to create the button, where you can set things like the size, you can set an animation if you want, color, all that kind of stuff to customize it. So the database, as I said already, it stores everything that needs to be stored long term. And so here is some of the actual structure of the database. So you have your user ID, your email, your password, login dates, encrypted token. This is the table for user info. So this is all the user info stuff that needs to be accessed by the backend. So that's what that looks like. So the actual functionality of the app, you're able to call an agent, you're able to access the agency website, you can refer a client, you can view your policies, you can make a service request or claim, and you can send and receive PDF files with your agent. So my internship ended and I no longer have access to their customer relationship manager, but I do have a video demo of all the application's functionality working. So here's me opening up the app, and I'm gonna go ahead and log out, and I'll go straight to the registration screen. And you'll be able to see that you can enter an email and a phone number and register an account that way. I already have an account, so I'll just go straight to the login screen. So I'll input my email, and then I'll press this little send code button. And then you'll see that I receive an SMS notification on my phone that has that 5-digit login code. And I can just autofill that and go straight to the home screen. So on the home screen, that's where I'm able to call an agent. I can visit the agency website. I can refer a new client. And then you'll also see at the bottom that there's 3 social media icons. And that will take you to all the agency's respective social medias. So I have Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn down there. So up next is the policy screen. And this is going to communicate with the API of their customer relationship manager to display any policies that you have and any information you might need to access from there. Then there's the claim screen. And this allows you to make a claim on your policy or make a service request. And finally, here's the upload screen, where you can upload files for your agent to see, and your agent can upload files for you to see. So you can see I upload a PDF file, I refresh the page, and there's that PDF right there, and that's readable right there in the app. And then lastly, the employee-facing upload screen. And this is, excuse me, this is the actual web interface. So the login works the same way. You'll input your email, you'll get sent a code by an SMS, and you can input that code and log right in. The only difference is that this is only going to allow accounts with the employee role to actually log in. So then you can hit that upload to app button. You'll get a list of all the accounts. You can select an account, and then you can upload a PDF file. And then if you go back to the app with that correct account that you just uploaded to, that PDF will be right there, and it's readable in the app. So that's all the functionality of the app. Now I'll talk about some lessons that I learned. So first off, do not attempt to use Java for mobile application front ends. When I first started this project, I was trying to use Java for the front end, and I quickly learned I don't even think Java is capable of that right now. But also, it was a nightmare trying to interact with Java's UI. So if you ask me, I wouldn't try it. Use something that's more dedicated to front ends like Flutter or something like that. Second is that Java requires a lot more code to create an API than some other languages. So if you use a language like Python, you're going to be able to do the same thing in a lot less code. Granted, it will be slower, but you're going to save yourself a lot of time if you're the developer. So there's kind of a trade-off there. If I were to go back in time, I would probably choose to use something like Python so that it's less work on my side. And then finally, expect everything to break when an iOS update releases. I think this is more of a Flutter issue than anything else, but every time an update would come out, I would have to spend hours fixing all the new issues that would arise, and that was just kind of a nightmare. So if you're going into mobile application development, that's just something to know. So that's all I have. Thank you guys all for your time. Are there any questions?
Did you start with Java because you were more comfortable, or was that just the first language you thought of?
Yeah, I was most comfortable with Java, so I figured it would be the easiest thing to use. And I think that did save me a lot of headache, but now I've messed around with a lot of other languages, so I think I would have a better time if I used something else.
How was your process for engagement with the client for getting like requirements and stuff? Did you have to meet with them regularly, get feedback from them?
It was kind of a nightmare. I would meet with them regularly, and there was a lot of scope creep. A lot of things kept changing what they wanted, and it ended up when my internship ended, we were just like, we don't want to deal with the licensing for this. Like, let's just let it go. Anyone else?
More questions about mobile development or anything?
Are they currently using that?
No.
No.
Like I just said, we didn't want
Yeah.
to deal with the licensing, so.
Yeah.
But Flutter allowed you to bridge Android and
Yes, it was shockingly easy. Yeah.
You said you didn't want to like deal with the license. What was specifically about the license that you couldn't really use it anymore?
Well, we just didn't want to get into like who actually owns what parts of what, and it just ended up being too complicated. We were just like, let's just let it go. They were like, we'll just figure something out on our own.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
About 5 minutes for transition. Please fill out your feedback forms.
And he said you can also do other types of project names.
A little bit. This is my first stop.
Well, we started the art before.
Hopefully
If there's anything you can do, we're also live
Never actually so like actual that's cool. It's cool.
Oh, you need it. No, there's no replacement. There's two. No, I mean, that was creative position. Thank you all for coming. Just as a reminder, there's snacks, there's feedback forms, there's a camera in the back, so if you're in this middle line here, just be careful how often you stand up. If you're sitting, you're fine. We set it up that way. You're good. So thank you for coming this afternoon to the Scholarship Symposium. Our third presenters are Luke Andre and Gavin Schroeder. And their project is building more than a basketball gym's online presence, a website development project. So please welcome Luke and Gavin.
Okay, yeah, so we built a website called More Than Basketball. It's for his parent. They have a home gym, and this way users can interact with the website and like book times for it.
So, like you said, we built a website for my parents, and we have a few objectives that we had to accomplish. A basic website framework, which includes pages and navigation, including a feed page, a scheduling page, and a home page, and a login page. And then full deployment, which we are doing through AWS. Our additional objectives are a database model creation for the scheduling page, a functioning database for the user registration as well, and strong access controls and security for the website, which Luke is in charge of. So with that, I'll go ahead and demo what we've got so far. Show a little bit. So this is the website. We've got our homepage here, and I've included a bunch of images of my parents' basketball gym, and just an about us for them. And then we've got a feed page, which we're kind of marketing my sister's basketball playing as well. So I've got a bunch of Instagram videos of her playing, which you can...
Looking at Schroeder, one of, if not the best 5th grade girl basketball players in the country. This girl is a bucket. 5th grade, the jumper is crazy already. Just take a look at some of these moves that she be practicing and tell you all you need to know. This ain't just your regular 5th grade. This girl is different. You out here killing the boys and girls. Straight to the Baja, left, right, Euro finish, and one. Bro, she has no fear in her heart. She letting that thing fly. I hate to say it, but it reminds me of another girl who used to kill the boys when she was a little girl too. And that girl ended up with a lot of buckets in college. Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, her jump shot looked very professional. Side step, give me 3. Get it out the net. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, she is out there torching the little boy. Get it out the net. I'm not gonna lie to you, there is absolutely no way she should have this textbook of a jump shot in the 5th grade. And what's really crazy is her game is super complete, not just shooting 3.
So yeah, she's all right in basketball. So it's fun to get to create a website and help get her name out there a little bit, because she wants to play in college and go pro. So next up, we've got our schedule page. Basically, we'll be renting the gym out. We already are. So this page will allow users to book time slots. So we've got our calendar here, and then you can, I don't know why, when I switch over to my laptop. You can input, your full name and your organization's name, and then we'll have that connected to a database to store it. You can select the time that you want, and then click book now. So that's that. And we've got a lot of work to do on the back end to actually be able to store it. It's kind of complicated with AWS, but so that's our scheduling page, and then we have our login page, which here's where you can log in, and then if you don't have an account, you can click register, and you can have all this. So that is everything we have on the front end right now. Luke will show us some stuff on the back end. Then I'll talk about my code. So this has been a fun project, but it has definitely come with a lot of difficulties. For instance, we've decided now that we're going to switch to React, so I'm going to have to take all this code and put it into React, which is going to be horrible. I was trying to do it last night, and it gets complicated. So definitely figure out, if you're doing web development, you should probably figure out what your what framework you're going to use, and try to implement it before you write a bunch of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript.
So this is the stack that we use. So all of our, front-end code is in VS Studio, which is linked to GitHub, and then we deploy that through AWS Amplify. We used Amazon Cloud Services for the majority of these things. Here's React. I have a dotted line right there because we haven't fully implemented it. I do have a working React login in the VS Code, but I haven't changed the front end to go into Amplify. We bought our domain through GoDaddy, which definitely was a mistake. I don't like GoDaddy, but it was really annoying trying to get all the DNS and CNAME records set up. But we used Route 53 to link that to our website. So the website is live, so you can go to www.morethebasketball.net. You can't just go to morethebasketball.net. Figure that out. Also, don't go to it on your phone, please. But we do have a live domain, which is nice. Let's see, for the calendar and the payment system, we will probably, for the payment system, we'll probably use Stripe's built-in command line interface, but for the calendar, we'll use API, Lambda, and DynamoDB to store all those variables. So yeah, our front end is 42% CSS, 34% HTML, 24% JavaScript. We used, for security, we used least privilege, but it was also easier. So I set up a bunch of accounts with least privilege so everything would work. So that all runs, but we ended up just using the root account because that was way easier. And then, so I'll just live demo the React that I have set up. So let's see. This is the sign-in thing that I quickly created that we have yet to implement with a new front end, but you can sign in or create an account. If you type in an email that doesn't work, it'll want you to, so for password it has to be at least 8 to 64 characters. It can have a special character if allowed, so we followed the NIST framework for that. And it can also use, or it also has to match. So I'll go ahead and log in with this, create an account. And then it sends me an email verification. This works. Yeah, and then I guess there's no, so I get a no reply at verificationemail.com and it sends me a verification code. Confirm that. And then, because we haven't hooked this up to the other website yet, it just gives me an option to sign out. But I can sign back in. And then that code is, then that throws it in the database incognito. We were working on this on our desktops, and then we put it on this laptop this morning.
So now nothing works like it was.
Well, you'll have to take my word for it. But it is in a database. Oh, here we go. User pool, and then you can see when I tested this. So then it just has the usernames, email address, and whether or not they verified it in the confirmation status. And then, yeah, in the future, we will be using Lambda and DynamoDB for the calendar, as well as the payment system, if we get that set up. Any questions?
How much did the domain name cost, and what was the problems with GoDaddy specifically?
The domain was $15 for the first year, and then it's going to be like $25 for every year after that. The problem with GoDaddy is they don't really have a very good user interface for like the DNS settings, and I'm more of a Namecheap guy myself. AW Services has a built-in domain registration, but it does not. I kept throwing errors, so I couldn't buy the domain because it didn't make my credit card for some reason. But so at least GoDaddy worked for that. But yeah, so the CNAME records and the DNS settings were tricky to link with Amplify. That's why you can't go to morethanbasketball.net. It has to be www.morethanbasketball.net. If you go to morethanbasketball.net, it'll redirect you to morethanbasketball.com, which is some like random landing page website that will take you to other websites. So that's my trouble with it so far. Thank you.
What made you switch to React?
What's that?
What made you switch to React?
I wanted to be able to use, let's see, I wanted it to be able to be used with the database. So in order to have like interactable things with our HTML, I used React so that it would link back to the Cognito, and then other databases would get that set up for the payment and calendar setting.
So how's the integration with like the flow for code build and deployment for the site in AWS?
Okay, yeah, good question. So we both had Visual Studio Code, we had our own accounts, and then we had push that we could do to GitHub, and then we made actually our own GitHub account called More Than Basketball for this, and so that, and all these accounts had 2FA, which wasn't through SMS, it was only through email per missed recommendations. So we could both work from Visual Studio to push to GitHub, and then we set up continuous deployment, so it continuously updates the website every time a push to GitHub is made.
So do you have like a pull request process, or is it like automatic on the new branch?
Yeah, so when we're in Visual Studio Code, we do have to pull from GitHub. But yeah, so we push and pull to GitHub, and then the website just takes whatever's in GitHub.
Is it a GitHub action that triggers it, or is it something else?
Yeah, it's through GitHub.
Any other questions?
And then one more thing real quick is we use IAM, Identity Access Management, so that all these would connect with least privilege, so that you can't really access these from any other account. So that way they all sync by only allowing to like read and write to the connected apps. But I still use a root account for those bodies.
Welcome to the current security challenges of AWS. They have amazingly granular identity and access management, but it can also be a serious pain if you do that.
It is very hard.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Jim.
Oh, I was gonna work on it. Not refreshing. I'm sorry.
You ever go to present at a conference?
Nothing moving out here.
People are finally like
We do a little bit of traveling stuff here, a little vacation, a little weekend trips. Nationals.
Did you chase some of the eclipse?
Just some backyard stuff. Yeah, I did. We'd actually just came back in hot springs 2 weeks ago. And that was like that. But we had some friends that they went to, they said it was so crowded. He said when they expected like millions of people in hot springs.
Yes.
Towns really not that big, you know, you get a million extra people. I was glad it wasn't there.
I saw 412, it's like backed up yesterday, everybody coming back.
412?
Yeah, like at the interstate, I was trying to turn on the interstate. Back probably about 2 miles from the interstate. Trying to turn.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna be like that.
First hour, 4 more to go.
Sorry, everybody else started.
Yeah, well, that's because we had 16 people in person. I think there's 24 or 64 live people, and we're 16. I didn't want to miss any, so that's why they're all in serial over a 5-hour period.
Yes.
I used to do we had something like this.
Yeah.
I made sure they all on
Yeah, we can't, like, some of the grilling happens later. Balance.
Really does.
You guys have a relationship? Light him up. I didn't say that. Or that.
Actually,
Well, he was telling me he's like,
You'll be presented
It's like brain. It's like computer science. It's a good thing. Marketing is really funny.
Sorry, nobody can read it anyway. Out from that distance.
I was going to do it.
It's been forever.
It's really interesting.
Thank you, everybody. Just as a reminder, we do have a recording going on in the back, so because it's a microphone in the back, it will pick up everything between it and here, and hopefully hear more than everything else, so just keep that in mind. So thank you for coming for our fourth presentation. And today I want to present Alpay, Altuntas. Yeah, I know. Sorry. It's been years and I still can't get it straight. So his project's enhancing faculty management with React Native app for a faculty management company. So everyone welcome Alpay.
Thank you very much, Professor Glass. As you said, my senior project is about the development of a mobile application for a company called Avaition, which is a company out of my hometown, Hamburg in Germany. Okay, let's go over what I'm going to be talking about today. First, I'm going to introduce the application purpose and the couple of restrictions I face going into this project. I'm going to list the technologies used, my approach using those technologies. We're going to take a quick dive into the data flow diagram, and then I'm going to demo the app or the part of the app that I'm allowed to show. I'm allowed to show the employee side or the employee tools and the client tools, but not the administrator tools, since the company was not okay with that. So let's start off with the application purpose. The main purpose of this application, after talking to the company, is to increase the client satisfaction. We have, in long talks, identified 3 main areas for this application really to shine in order to make that happen. The first one being we need to decrease the management overhead. In this specific use case, what that meant was to enhance the communication between the administrators or the managers and from the administrators or the managers to the clients, and from the administrators or managers to the employees. If we have that communication enhanced, then that will lead to decreased management overhead for all the administrators across the board. The second thing was that they were really looking for or the company was looking for a centralized scheduling or shift management process in order to allow them to make changes or modifications to shifts at a centralized place where everyone would have the ability to look into that. The last thing being they were really rooting for a tailored client experience. What that meant for this application is to implement a tool where the client would have some ability to have an interactive tool for them to maybe check off some events that they have booked or modify some events, reach out to certain managers, that kind of thing. Now, the restrictions I faced within the development of this application, the company already had a subscription to Ionos, which is an internet service provider. And what they had their subscription was a platform as a service model, which means that I would not have to personally deal with the underlying infrastructure of the technologies that they had, but I would be responsible for developing technologies on top of that already given infrastructure or that already given platform. Within that infrastructure, within that platform, I was given, and kind of just, that was the only way to go, a MySQL database, because that was the only thing supported. So my options for choosing the backend were limited to MySQL only. And in combination with that, I was given a PHP framework, since Ionos really had that going, the MySQL, a PHP connection. Lastly, I was bound by the infrastructure resources given by the subscription model of the company, since I was not allowed to make any additional subscriptions, which would have accrued costs. Okay. Let's go to the next thing. I've already talked about MySQL on the backend a bit and PHP. So the main thing I use PHP for is to really connect the MySQL backend and the frontend, which is written in React Native. The reason why I chose React Native for the frontend is that I have some experience with, or before this project, I had some experience with JavaScript. Now I hopefully gotten a bit more. I've chose React Native since it's a JavaScript-based framework, so most of the files are written in JavaScript and TypeScript. And another reason why I've chosen React Native is that I was able to write one code base, and that code base would be able to run on both iOS and Android devices. Therefore, I wouldn't have to necessarily write 2 different code bases for one purpose. Right. PHP, I just talked about it a bit. I will mention it again. I use it mainly as an application programming interface, really bringing the React Native code or the data that we need to send to the backend and the MySQL database together in order to make sure that we have proper authentication and validation mechanisms in place for that data to not be corrupted or for anything to happen with data integrity. I'm just going to elaborate that point a bit more. I've chosen React Native mainly, other than the reasons that I just mentioned, other than those, for the reason that I was able to really create individualized components. Components are basically, you can envision them as functions, but they are on the page level, where I can write a component once and reuse that component with parameters I can pass into it at multiple different levels within the same application. That really means that I can really enforce the drive principle, or don't repeat yourself principle, and then still have a more or less flexible architecture by passing parameters into those components. Next, the PHP level just talked about the application programming interface, which really takes care of the authentication and validation process within the application. Then and since we can reach up from the React Native layer to the PHP layer with post requests, that really creates a RESTful API to make sure the data is secure in transit at that rest. Lastly, the MySQL database, it's there for simple data storage management, data integrity, and scalability. That's kind of the most boring piece there, I guess. Okay, the next thing. I'm not going to go over this whole data flow diagram, so don't be, I'm not going to go over the whole thing. But the main thing I want to take away here, I've really taken that component-based approach really into the infrastructure as well. One example I could give is if we started the mobile app, one path you take within the application only leads you through that straight path, and you cannot cross paths, as to say. So elevation of privilege is therefore no issue within this architecture. One example would be once you step from the mobile app into the employee login, since I developed multiple different APIs that are each made for each specific use case, there's no ability to go from the employee login onto the admin API endpoint and send a request. Therefore, we have kind of had that separation of duties, and therefore we're enforcing really to not have elevation of privilege at any level. If you like this one, I can send it to you. It looks pretty cool, I think. Okay. Then the last thing I have is the app in action. This link here does not work, so I'm going to have to switch gears real quick. Jump over here. And again, this is only going to be the employee pages and the client pages, but I'm not going to be able to show the administrator tools. All this is in German, by the way, so I'm going to do my best to kind of translate on the go. This is the general landing page of the application that will be taking a username and a password for the login, and specify if you're an employee or client, sign up as an employee or client. That is the admin login, which I won't be actually using today. That's just in case someone forgot their password, they will get an email, have to sign in, put in the code, be able to get the password. So we'll start off with the client side. I think most of this is so there's the option of selecting meeting or service events, going into those service events, and really seeing the data that is going to be. This is some dummy data, not real life. Well, but one of their biggest clients is ID, so that was just an example of that. We were able to, or they will be able to see the data that comes with the individual packets displayed in a nice format. That's just an example to see if the category listing is not within meeting or service, and that is if there's no entry code. Okay. This is the client interface for checking off certain events that have happened, being able to check those off and being able to send the managers text messages through that. And as we can see, the client can select these messages and select those off or exactly or they can check them off and they can still send messages to the managers in case of, hey, I need this for next week or whatever. This is the content page. The top section, the bottom section always stays the same. The top section is a set or a unique list of elements of all the managers that are listed within the current week, in case that is needed. Okay, this is going to be the employee side, which is very similar on that component-based approach, make things easier as well here. here they can submit. The company keeps track of who worked what time since the managers planned it, but sometimes things take longer within a warehouse that can just be a bit longer than usual. So employees are able to submit the times they have worked. If anything has not gone to Diana, say within the day, they're able to submit that through the app as well. And in case the employee is sick, they are able to submit the sick letter directly through the app as well. Okay, the next page is going to be the vacation page, where it lists how many vacation days each person has, how many they have already taken, and in case the person has vacation within that week, it's going to list that you're off on these days. It's going to automatically count those off of the vacation days that you have within the year. And yeah, so the contact page, that just lists your specific manager. That should be it. Go back here. There we go. What questions do you have?
I have a quick one concerning it being an app. Is this something you have to get approved through app stores and different things like that? And so if you wanted to do upgrades, is that you just have to resubmit it each time, or is that something you can push in through the app, the current existing one?
Yeah, since I'm using Expo, it is, well, right now what this runs on is a development environment using Expo, using Vera. But yes, if you want to push it to the iOS store or the Android store, there is, you have to push those to there specifically. Apple does, and Android as well, they do a quick check before they approve certain changes. So that's the kind of hoop we have to jump through. But uploading that there, it takes the check takes like a week, and then it's published to that store. If that answers.
It does. I've been using an app recently that downloads an app update through the app without you having to go back through the store. And so I was just wondering if you had that ability to do that.
That ability comes with whenever I push that app for the first time to the iOS store. That comes with it. And it depends on if the user has enabled automatic updates. That would be another thing.
How's it been working with a client overseas? Was it like difficult, or was it just like working with someone down the road, but you can't physically meet with them?
A lot of 6 a.m. meetings.
Oh yeah.
For this time. Because
Right.
6 a.m. here is 1 p.m. over there, just after lunch.
Yeah.
So that was kind of hard. I mean, other than that, really changing requirements along the way have been pretty hard because the company kind of knew what they wanted, but I had to work on that a lot and kind of make sure that I understood what they wanted. And sometimes I had to tell them what they wanted because they couldn't tell technology-wise what they wanted. Right. So yeah, it's been an experience definitely, and it's going to help in future endeavors.
So are you happy with the technology choices you made, or would you try to, if you could go back and start over with what you know now, would you make the same choices, or would you consider something else?
I would make the same choice again, mainly because I already had experience in JavaScript, therefore React Native was kind of a given for me to make the process really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, on the back end, I couldn't choose what to use over there, so that was a given, so I would choose React Native again.
Any other questions? Well, thank you.
Was the compensation for that?
Huh?
Was the compensation?
Yes. I did their website before, so they were just like, hey, can you do this out?
Okay.
So we got 5 minutes until Jessica's turn. For an hour and 15, hour and a half? Yeah, that's an hour. Yeah, that's perfect. We started and then we turned the camera on. It was covered. So if we push this one to 220, then we can push it. What I don't know is what the live stream will be when it uses the camera. We could just switch scenes. I know it was just covered. And then do it.
I'm kind of just swapping out batteries. Yeah, we do that all the time. So someone goes down.
So you can just cut the view, do a John Wick swap. Yeah. Appreciate the choir.
So did having the flu slow you down?
Yeah, just a little. I didn't get as far as I thought, but that's fine. And I have a cough, so I'm going to be okay.
Just paying to pick up.
I got out of class and I got sent back here. Which isn't super fair because everyone got out of class. But you know.
Heard you won the student award last night.
Yeah.
The student's choice.
Thank you.
Oh no, I guess you won a few others.
Yeah, I won that. I won best supporting performance, best editing, best
Did you fill out a survey form? Give them good marks on it.
Is this a girl that?
You've probably heard it a few times.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I'm similar where I can only rehearse that often. Otherwise, because it's natural. Well, generally. So thank you all for coming to this next session, and I am pleased to introduce Jessica Beal, and her project is New Center Baptist Tithe Tracking Software Development. So everybody welcome Jessica.
Everyone. I know a lot of you in here, but I don't know a lot of you, so I'm Jessica. I want to pre-apologize. I had the flu last week, and I still have a cough, so I might have to pause and take a drink of water. But my project is the NCBC Tithe Tracker. NCBC is my church at home, really small, roughly like 200 people. And so for my project, my church treasurer reached out to me about a year ago and asked if I could help recreate this software of hers that has stopped working, that she uses to track the contributions of the members of the church and then give them back to them at the end of the year. So I want to start by defining some things, because I don't know how many of you guys grew up in a church background and might know what this is, or who doesn't. So, first thing is a contribution statement. The contribution statement is a sheet of paper that the treasurer hands out to the members of the church at the end of the year. That is a record of all the tithes they've given throughout that year. And it's used for tax purposes. You can get tax deductibles off of things that you give to religious institutions. So that's why we do this, is we give back tithes. Next thing is, what is a tithe? A tithe biblically is 10% of your income that you give to your religious institution, but I'm going to be using it kind of side by side with an offering and a tithe are kind of the same in this project. And then lastly, PHP. I know Alpay just did a great job explaining what PHP was, but I, before starting this, did not have any clue what PHP was. So it's a scripting language that you can use embedded into your HTML to help connect to the back end of a database and pull information forward to the HTML. So this is the old program that she was using. It looks very similar to an Excel spreadsheet, but when she was explaining how to use this to me, I was getting confused, and so it's not very user-friendly. We'll zoom in at the top up here. You can see this is the section where you would go and you would input individual tithes for a member. And so you would input the type of money they're giving, whether it's a cash check or a card. And you would input their name, their check number, it would pop up a little summary, and then you would save it, and it would come down to the big spreadsheet at the bottom. Whenever you click the person, it'll give you a little summary of their information, and if they have multiple inputs in the sheet below, it'll pull them all to the top. So it looks very confusing. It's not very fun to look at, it's a little confusing. There's also a separate section of this program that has stopped working completely that shows you user information where you can input people. It has completely stopped working, she cannot get it to open. And so she's found a roundabout way where when you're putting in contributions, you can look up people via their last name. This is me and my family. And you can add people this way, so if they're real, they will show up in this. If they're not real, you will get this notification, I guess, that will tell you the person's not real, and you can create a record that way, and that's how she's been getting around this application not opening, but it still updates. So it's very not friendly, but you can see you can enter address, name, country, date of birth, phone number, email, etc. of the user. So from this little demo that I had her take me through, I've identified some objectives that my application needs to meet. That would be, I need a way to track member information, like name, number, phone number, etc. I need a way to track their contributions, and then I need a way to pull them back up onto a sheet that you can print and hand back to them at the end of the year. So those are my 3 objectives with this. I'm going to go into a demo. This is the home page of my current application. It's very simple. I tried to lay it out in kind of an intuitive way where you would follow the flow of the website. So we're going to start with the users button. At the top, I've decided we're going to make Dr. Dub as an example. So the house name would be Oliver. You don't have to put it in all caps, it'll make it all caps because it's not. We're going to do 1050 Union University Drive. Oh, that's not good. And then we'll do Jackson, Tennessee, 3B. And we'll create their household. You have to create a household before you create a user because every user is a part of a household. Once a household is created, you can go to add user. You can come up here and we'll do Samuel Oliver Dub. We will make him a male and we will add him to this house that we have just created. This is a list of all the houses that exist within the database. We'll add him to Oliver, we'll do dub@uu.edu, and we'll do a random phone number. There we go. So we'll hit save. It'll add him as a user. You can, if you would like, scroll down to the bottom of this table and you can see it, or you can come up here, and if we search Oliver, his information will pop up in this table. If you want to edit any of the information in the table, there's this nifty little edit button at the end that will pull up all the information for the person. And let's say he doesn't want to go by Dub anymore. We take his name out, then you scroll back down and he no longer has a nickname. So it actively updates from the interface. So that's objective number 1. We can keep user information. Next, the second button on the homepage is a contributions button. So to make a contribution statement, you have to start with a batch. A batch is basically a week, like a church week, that you would be turning in all the money for. So this will consist of Wednesdays and Sundays for my church specifically. So we'll go ahead and we'll make today a batch date, and we'll say this is for 4/7. That's Sundays, last Sunday's date. We'll create it. A batch date has been created. You can also view the batch history if she gets confused whether she's made a batch or not. You can go back and you can check the history of it. This is today's that we just made. You can go and you can input a contribution. So we'll go and we'll find Oliver. We'll pick today. And let's say he gives a check. If you hit check, JavaScript pulls up this check number. You can type in a number. He wants to give $500 to the church in general. We'll say he wants to fund a headstone and he'll give $100 to the cemetery. And he wants to, I don't know, donate to the new building $2,000. That is to help build a new building. Let's say we accidentally add a new one. We can go in, we can get rid of it. So we'll add this. We hit save and close. You can come down here then to contribution lookup. This will be where she can pull up the information for a specific person and then print it at the end. So we will find out Oliver for this date that we just made, 4/9. We'll hit submit, and the information that we just gave is in this pull-up menu right here. And you can hit print, and it will pull up this contribution statement that you can print off and hand back to him for tax purposes. The third button on my homepage is an Excel upload. I have not gotten to that. That was supposed to be this week, but I did get sick with the flu, so we have not gotten there yet. And that is my demo. Some things I still have to work on. While it technically works in a lot of aspects, it doesn't work optimally in a lot of aspects. So I want to change the layout of how the printed sheet looks when you click print, so it's not just the table that pops up. But that's a little extra work that I have to do. So it technically works, but this is for afterwards before I give it to her. I want to allow a contribution search for the family groups that you make, so you can pull up, if two people are married, you can pull up both their contributions in the same table. Right now that doesn't work, but hopefully it will very soon. I would also want to change all the drop-down menus. It's pretty inconvenient with the 30 people that I already have in the database, so you can imagine with 200 people how inconvenient that drop-down menu would be. So I want to make it to where you can start typing your name and it'll filter out and make it to the top of the list. I also want to add a way to log on to the website so that just not anybody on my church's web server will be able to log in and add contribution statements and edit them. So hopefully I'll be attaching like a Microsoft sign-in thing that they can use with an account. I would like to change the church server, change it over to the church server instead of on my personal laptop, obviously, so that she can use it easily through the church website. And then I would also like to add the ability to add an Excel sheet into it. This is the part that I was hoping to get to, but I got sick. Where, let's say she's sick a week and someone else has to do the contributions for her, she won't have to go back and enter in all those individual contributions. She can upload this sheet that someone else has gone through and contributed for, and it will parse the data into the database itself. So those are my goals for the future. Some things I've learned, some new things is PHP. I did not know what it was before starting this project, and I actually really enjoyed it. To me, it seems intuitive that you would just throw it in where it needs to be, and then it works. One thing I didn't like about it is that if it doesn't work, it doesn't really tell you. Like, for some it pops up an error message, but in my program, it just would stop loading the page, and then the rest would be blank, and it wouldn't exactly tell me what was wrong, so I'd have to figure that out. I also use PHP admin, which is like the MySQL workbench version, but for PHP MyAdmin is a workbench to be able to see the database. And then XAMPP is the servers that I used on my computer. It's like a package that you can download onto your computer. And so I ran my servers off of that. But some things that I knew that I used in this project were JavaScript that I learned in Dr. Talbot's programming languages class, and HTML, CSS that I have been learning in Professor Tracy's class. And then Sickle that I also learned in Dr. Talbot's database class. So these are some things that I knew and that are new. Thank you. Are there any questions?
So you built it for now, but what's it going to look like in 5 years? Do you have some way to limit it to just the current year?
I haven't added any ability right now to like delete the information in a year so that the database doesn't get overpopulated with things. Right now, I still attend this church when I'm home, and so I will be maintaining it actively. And so if for some reason there is like too much information and she's just overwhelmed, I can go in and delete that manually. But right now I don't have a way to, I don't have like a fail safe.
Well, I wasn't wanting you to delete. I just wanted you to limit what she saw when she first came up to the current year, and then make it where she could jump into the previous year.
Yes, hopefully I will add, with the whole typing in a drop-down menu optimization, hopefully I will add like a toggle where you can pick what year you're picking from, or even like quick options that are like this year, last year, next year. It's anything else?
So how was it working with the church as a client?
It wasn't too bad, honestly. The way my church is, it's very small and community oriented, and so like I had my treasurer's phone number, and I could just text her, hey, what do you think about this? And like I went home for Easter, and I was able to show her this, and she really enjoyed the layout of the website. She felt that it was a lot better than what she's using right now. She's excited to get this from me, and so it hasn't been bad. I think in a lot of aspects, it's been better than working with just a normal client, because there's like grace and there's a previous relationship there that I knew her, so that helps.
Are you planning to take this to market for other churches?
Not right now. That's been brought to my attention before that it might be useful for other places, but right now I don't have any plans for that. I guess I could.
It wouldn't take much for you to take it to market.
Depends whether you want to sign up for supporting.
Yeah. Anything else? Great. Thank you.
In approximately 5 minutes, we'll have our first ever game demo. As a season project. People are getting more now.
sorry. What do you want to have to get rid of? One of them need to move the crap around, move it.
Wasn't thinking about it. I wear black for everything because I'm a musician at heart. I probably should have water since I drove 2 sodas and half a coffee and half a bang.
There's no describable pattern.
It is almost finished. I'm almost done. I just realized I'm like, it's just pixel art side profiles don't look correct ever.
Yeah, you have to accumulate this mass article.
Yeah.
There's that threshold process.
Right. It's also when you do something once and
Does it look like it's heavy or
no, but there's all this one. All right. So thank you all for coming. We've got our marathon going on right now for computer science. So I really appreciate y'all spending the time to come here. This one is welcoming Alex Bope and Emily Rowland. And their project was creating an open world adventure video game. So welcome Emily and Alex.
So our video game is called Soul Seed. And yeah, as Professor Glass said, it's an open world adventure game. And so I wanted to give just a brief rundown of where we're at, like what the point of the project was, where we're at, and what some of the issues, the lessons we learned, et cetera, et cetera. So the goal was to create a video game with 3 different islands: an island where you start, that's like a tutorial, a kind of like upgrade or level up island, and then like a final boss island. I'll get to the story later, but
the issue is that Unity has the steepest learning curve of anything I've ever touched. So we've hit this problem of like pretty close to being done with a lot of things, but like as far as like a visual playable part of the game, it just doesn't, it's not really there. So like while we're probably 75% of the way done with like what our initial goal was, when you come to like what's like actually viable and playable, it's not anywhere near 75%, which sucks because on one hand, like just the integration of Unity pieces is a big part of it, and so the integration comes at the end. And while a lot of these pieces are made and working on their own, integrating it into the actual scene of a playable game is kind of like its own separate thing. That has to happen last, and that makes the game look like it's not very done to very done. But it's just the one little final step. So that was kind of an unfortunate reality of this project, is that it's always going to be way more closer to the end than it looks. So that was sad. But also just the fact that now that we've gained like that past that steep learning curve, like 20 minutes does what 5 hours did at the beginning. So things like move really quickly now because we're doing that integration part. So,
I mean, yeah, in addition to that, like in addition to Unity, I'm also having to pick up pixel art on the side, and I am not an art major. That is not one of my majors. And so I am so excited to go out and work in a dev community where they have actual artists, that is their job. And I can turn to them and say, hey, can you make this? Because I would spend like maybe 3 hours drawing this one thing, and then if it got, say, accidentally deleted because the software glitched, it would, well, no, never, only a couple of times. It would only take me like 45 minutes to redo it because there was a lot of just trial and error. You draw a line and that doesn't look correct, so you erase it and draw it again, and nope, and keep doing that over and over and over again. So it's definitely been a super steep learning curve, and almost everything involved in it.
Yeah.
It's just been painful. In addition to that, we also had a kind of run-in at the very beginning where we plan to use Unity, and we'll explain why. So Unity is the industry standard as far as where game engines are made. If you aren't making your video games with an engine in-house, like Nintendo has their own, AAAs have their own thing, but if you're making like indie games, most of them are made on Unity. It's the industry standard. It has the most documentation. It has the largest community, and so unfortunately, in fall of 2023, when we were starting this project, Unity rolled out a pretty scummy policy that basically ground us and almost every single indie developer in America to a halt almost immediately as they started arguing about policy and whether or not it was going to be in place. And so that ended up putting us back almost, I think, half a month to almost a month, just because we had to suddenly look at like, okay, are we going to have to switch engines? Are we going to have to, where would we go? What are we doing? And then thankfully Unity rolled back their policy because
they changed their pricing plans to the point where there was a lot of games that were like free on Steam and made by Unity, so they had to pay like thousands of dollars. There was a game that had, I think, in the tens of millions of like purchases on Steam, but because of the change, their $5 game would have then lost them money because of the licensing fees they would have had to pay to Unity. So the point was they made it pretty unobtainable for solo developers for the most part. But there was so much community outrage that it immediately got rolled back, and we were glad because we already kind of started in Unity.
Yeah.
We did not want to immediately have to switch to something else.
So we ended up moving forward with Unity because while some people did like kind of blow the whistle and say that they're planning on moving platforms in the future, that has now taken a backseat to regular game development. So we decided to keep moving on with that. Yeah. Any other lessons important?
I think they want to.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'm going to give you the story just by this prologue. I know it's a lot. I'm going to read it. Don't worry. There was light and there was death, and everything around them was consumed. Death with its raging tide swept over the entirety of the world, drawing strength as the beings beneath the waters succumbed to it and gave up their souls to the water. The waters blackened as they grew, slowly encroaching on the sky as they frothed and swirled towards the sun. The sun, as it weakened, gathered a single drop of its light into an arrow and shot it into the blackened sky, and the moon, pale in comparison, formed itself in the darkness. Death, occupied with consuming the sun, did not see the moon's light until its beams dragged it bound back to the depths of the end of the world. The moon, to sate Death's anger, agreed that every living thing would one day die, and that their souls would be sent to the sea, where Death could claim them. Death agreed and drew itself back from the lands and the sky. The moon drew strength from the islands as they appeared until its light shone through the remains of Death-streaked sky and cleared the waters as the souls found new life, and life returned to the ground. People grew, life returned, and other gods formed amongst the midst of the budding world. Thus the islands came to be, and for many ages we have flourished, and death has lain calm, wrapped by the moon's changes and sated by our rights. Now the seas rage against the tide, and soulwood grows sparse on our shores. Death is angry, death is cheated, and so death has sinned.
Awesome. So that brings up one of our other little integration problems. We have signs up in the game to display that and like have that interactable inside of the game. But as of today, the player hitbox just decided to be like significantly less functional for whatever reason. So nothing registers the player is there. This is supposed to be a sign. It's supposed to pull up the dialogue, but that doesn't mean it is. That's correct. So that being said, it is still a fairly usable demo. If somebody wants to give it a shot, we talk about a few things that are in it. Go for it. I've been told that my controls that I set up are heinous. But it's right trigger to swing your sword. So you can attack and kill those little guys. And then it's left trigger to shoot. I keep calling it fireball for no reason.
It's a spell.
I'm trying again.
Left trigger. Alex.
I worked in the other room. I bring Alpay. I broke the controller. My guess is we bumped the max amount. We're moving the game window. We can change that in just a second. But
you can't hit the building. Please don't try.
I mean, you can go through some things, but not all things. It's crazy because every time something happens, like different things work than I'm expecting to work. Just restart it, so you can probably shoot.
Ah. Did you put a limit on
There we go. Yeah, no, there is a limit on it.
Oh, and we currently don't have a way to refill the gauge.
There should be. There's a slight chance that I turn it off for a second. When are you going to do this back?
There's live demo and then there's live dev.
No.
Any questions while Alex tries to figure figure out what he did?
Yes, I'm assuming they're tree stumps and trees. Is that the?
Yes, down.
Good yesterday.
Yeah, usually when the hitbox works, yes, but.
You have more mana now. You have more mana.
Aha.
You should be able to shoot again. Yeah. Yeah, no, you just don't have a way to refill your mana in the status quo, so it, well, actually you should. You're just not going very fast. So, yeah, you ran out of mana, so you can no longer shoot. You can still kill all the guys and whatever. Yeah, so again, the health bar, it works. That part definitely does work. For some reason, the collisions just aren't happening today. Because we can, you can still
So those trees look kind of like an homage to certain Legend of Zelda.
There's a lot of this that is an homage to certain Legend of Zelda things, although the character looks more like, never mind, I can't say that. The character does not look like Link, because not even, this is not, by the way, all of the ground textures and the spells are mine. The trees are not yet, neither are the fence posts, and neither is the main character yet. I have designs for the main characters, they're just not done, so we couldn't get them implemented. Hey look, we have no health anymore. Never mind. So yes, a lot of this is very Legend of Zelda inspired, because I grew up playing those games. Yes, Cole.
How has you guys' experience developing in Unity in 2 dimensions versus how we developed with the VR situation?
Well, I found it easier on some things and just as difficult on others. It's still Unity.
Yeah.
That's my only Unity experience, so.
But it feels, it's much easier to put things in the scene because with the 3D dev that we did, it was putting things in the scene and getting the box colliders to work. I mean, granted, colliders don't always work on this, but
I will say there's been lots of times where I was glad I'd have to deal with rotations.
Yes.
Fair, yeah.
There is no rotations, there's no mapping things. You just say, I want this tile here, and it's great. Yeah. So, in a lot of ways, 2D is much easier than 3D. Unity.
Oh, shoot, there's a sprint too, if you click the left stick. I forgot about that. Or there's sorry, a dash. A sprint it's not quite the right word, but
Dash.
Did the map get bigger, or is it still about the same?
The map did
since when?
Since the small demo, yes, it got bigger. In fact, there is ocean and sand, right?
Yeah.
There is ocean and sand. Yeah. Yeah, that's the full map now.
And obviously that'll get filled out a little bit more.
As we go. Yeah. Any other questions, thoughts, concerns? Yes.
Can we see the art for the main character?
Yeah. Again, I want to reiterate, I am not a art major. So this is, that is actually, shrink him to full size. That is the main character. He will eventually have, I wanted to give him, you'll see the start of the designs for it up in the corner on a different layer. I will eventually give him a cape that you can earn at the upgrade island if we ever get there. But that's island 2 issues, and so it's going to wait to get developed until island 2. So no, the hard part with the main character is, and this is something that I didn't really recognize how much time it took until I started having to do it. It's every single time you want him to go in another direction, you have to draw a frame for that. Iframes you have to draw. So if you want him to face, if you want him to walk forward, you have to, if you want him to face other directions, you have to do that. if you want him to turn around and walk the other way, you also have to do that, which is what that will be eventually when his head is the correct way. But yeah, so that is that.
Yeah, one of our bigger holdups is that, for both computer science majors who want to build a video game, then there's all this art that has to happen.
Not fun. I can't wait.
I'm not supposed to do that.
I can't wait to work on a team that doesn't have to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're out of time, but questions and concerns and stuff like that, if you want to contact us, our names at my.u. You know where to find us. So.
Thank you.
I wish it was there.
Apparently not.
The colliders worked!
So you're responsible for the first comments.
Oh my goodness. My entire family.
Yep.
I did tell them that I would be there, but I didn't really expect them to know.
Emily, do you need help?
I would love a hand.
You need.
No, you're good.
We gotta mute until the thank you. We have 2 minutes.
I'm working.
There's a few more here. There's also.
Hello, I'm Ryan Boulds. So my Sierra project is making a skill-based matchmaking system. Now, skill-based matchmaking systems are frequently used in video games so that people that are of different skill levels may be matched into games that are of people of similar skill levels to themselves. And this is what my Sierra project has been. So for my Sierra project, my goals include wanting to make sure that the environment that is created is competitive and that people that are of the similar skill are placed together. Over time, as a person improves or gets worse, the depending on how they play, it'll automatically adjust them into different skill levels based off their match performance over time. But I also want to create incentives to make sure that players are able to play with less frustration. So if anything may cause them to get frustrated with the games, like such as playing against players that are way too difficult for them, that it will try to mediate those frustrations to make sure that they can have a fun experience. I also want to prevent abuses that could happen where people could actually manipulate such a system. And other systems that I've been putting in place, I'd like to avoid possible abuses for those. So, as far as rank distribution, since each player will be assigned a rank based on their skill, we should have a bell curve such as this here that you see. And we should have it where the average player should be here in the center. And as the players that are more skilled will be further to the right, and people who are not quite as good will be over to the left. So here's the thing about making a ranking system. Players often take pride within their ranks, so they will brag about their friends about the rank that they've achieved. So if you, for example, reach the rank Diamond or Champion, then a lot of times those players would like to brag with their friends, saying that they reached that level of achievement. If someone is at a low rank, people tend to, in gaming communities, insult each other. And I would like to make the process a little bit easier for people to feel like that they're in a good rank or they have good lobbies, but make it where the process of improving and continuing to play to improve is easier for them without making it too easy. So here's an example from Ubisoft of the rank distribution, and there are some things about this list I would like to dive in deeper. So in August 2018, this is a graph of the rank distribution for Ubisoft Montreal's Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. And inside of here, we do see some anomalies where there are certain ranks that are a bit higher than others instead of having our bell curve that we're so desiring. So if we look at a game called League of Legends, which I've got, this slide says, go nuts. When we look at League of Legends, we see the same thing as well, but to a more extreme degree. So what's going on? Well, one thing that I've found talking to other players, as well as my own experience, is that once you achieve a rank that you've been trying to achieve for a long time, oftentimes players will stop playing and then just play in the casual playlist so that they can maintain that rank, even though they barely have the skill necessary to have achieved it. Instead of continuing to play and gain more skill to go further along, they'll end up no longer playing just to keep that rank. And that is something that I would like to address. Now, since I'm trying to avoid deranking, I want to avoid players getting frustrated. I want to make the process of losing and deranking to be less punishing. And I want to create incentives for players to continue playing. But I also want to maintain a competitive environment while keeping this in mind. So, Ubisoft Montreal decided to tackle this issue to increase player engagement. But the thing is, in the process of doing it, they decided to create a different system than what Microsoft's True Skill Matchmaking system was. So, Microsoft's True Skill Matchmaking, players are ranked in this fashion here from left to right, highest to lowest. Well, Ubisoft Montreal decided that if they were to create two different systems, where your actual skill rank is hidden from you, as you see down bottom, and the rank that appears on your profile is on top, then you'll be able to have a different rank than what your skill level is, but it should increase engagement. And over time, the ranks should eventually get in sync after a while. So they introduced a system that makes it where if you derank, well, if you're about to derank, you'll get one grace period before you actually lose your rank, which theoretically would cause problems with Microsoft's TrueScale matchmaking. But I'm wanting to actually create a method that will actually handle that. So this is the ideal rank distribution that we want. And then we look at Ubisoft's data with their rank 2.0 system. We get this. That is not a bell curve. So we see that over here in number 5, the lowest rank possible, we have a staggering 13% of the entire player base within that area. And the thing is, if you lose your first match and stop playing, that's where you will be. If you were to win one game, you automatically move past this to the second bar you see here. So this tells me that a large proportion of the community is not playing very long. So I wanted to create a solution that would fix these issues, but without the problems of Ubisoft's ranked 2.0 matchmaking system. So it will be similar to Microsoft's TrueScale matchmaking system. However, I want the back end of the algorithm to be completely different while having similar outputs. But the outputs that are actually processed will be a little bit different to avoid player frustration. So in the process of deranking, if you lose 75 points, you end up losing your rank automatically, and you'll be adjusted to where it makes sense, just simply linearly decreasing your score. But my solution will be where if you're going to derank, it'll pause, and it will stop you right there, and it'll give the players one extra chance to keep their rank. Otherwise, it'll derank in the next game, and they will lose the same amount as they would otherwise. So here's Ubisoft's system. Here's Microsoft's TrueScale system. But using a system like Microsoft's TrueScale, it will cause rank inflation over time if you were to forgive losses like that. So my solution is to move the starting point further back. So then over time, as they increase their number of wins and losses, it won't be too much of a gain over time, and they'll still be able to rank up, but they won't rank up too quickly. Nor if they were to have an even win and loss ratio, they shouldn't be increasing in rank over time. I've also made it where it'll disable the forgiveness system after 100 matches to avoid this rank inflation. So from the results from my system, this is the rank distribution. Now, provided I've only done a limited sample since I just got this working last night. But after about 20 minutes of processing, I believe it was 1,000 squads over the course of, or 500 squads over the course of 1,000 matches. These are the results I had. So if we dive deeper and we actually expand the ranks by 100 skill points, we do see that there are some discrepancies with the bars that are really high and the bars that are low in each rank. For example, this is a single rank, this is a single rank, but those discrepancies is actually due to the forgiveness system. But whenever we look at the ranks as a whole, we see that Bope curve. So, as far as abuses, there's one common abuse that is called boosting. So, right here you see an example of two teams that are perfectly evenly matched. So, and you'll see that each player have their ranks, and down here at the bottom are the ranks that they can possess. So, how do you abuse a matchmaking system? Well, the place where you are put is based off the average MMR skill of all the players. So if this team wanted to say take alternate accounts and rank down to the absolute lowest rank, they could boost their friend up to the highest rank. And this could mean that they could queue against a very low-skilled team, and they could easily get each of their friends to the highest rank possible while going against players who are some of the worst in the community. This is not very fun for teams that become victim of this, and a lot of times video games will actually make it where you cannot play with people that are outside a certain range. But the problem is that you can't play with your friends. So how do we address this? Well, if you take the highest player and subtract, say, 700 from their score, and then substitute the skill rating for the 4 players in this example, the skill level for them for the average calculation is going to assume that they're trying to cheat the system. It's going to give them a team that is currently at the diamond level, which is towards the top. So if they are some of the best players in the community, but they're using alternate accounts, they'll think they're trying to cheat. But the other side would be just not allowing them to play at all, which means that friends will be alienated from their other friends in their groups. So with the matchmaking system, you have to put teams together. So how do you do this? Well, my system has squads ranging from 1 to 5 people for a 5-player team, but here's a very simplified version of that using just single players. So the person that is way in line for the longest, that's what this top bar is, we're going to add them to a team. And then we see that the team average is 2,500. The range is 200 plus or minus, and if a player fits within that range, they're going to be added to the team. And then as a result, the team average is going to change, thus updating the range. So it's going to go through and it's going to see who actually will fit on the team. So that 5,000 player actually is not fit. Neither is this person. And it's going to scroll through the list as it's searching for people to add of the right skill level. So as you get to this person right here, we see that they actually do fit onto the team. And it updates the average and updates the range. So what do we do now? Well, we could keep on going down the list. However, because I'll prioritize players that are later, that have been waiting for less time, it will actually start over, so that the people who have been waiting in line for the longest have a chance to get queued with the new range. So as it goes along, it's going to keep on searching for a player, and once there's a player that actually fits onto the team, it's going to add them. But here's a unique situation where we've gone through all the players in line, and no one has been added to the team. The team still has 2 slots open. What do we do? Well, if we increase the range, matchmaking will be a little bit less accurate, but it'll slowly increase the size that you can be at, that you're allowed to be put onto the team. Now, a realistic scenario is going to be, at least for my system, I have it set to increments of 15 points instead of 200. But for sake of example, to make it simpler, I have it by hundreds. So then it's going once again be searching for players. So if there's a player that gets added to the team. Then going to update the team average, and then it's going to update the range. Now it just has to search for the last player. Now it's going to get through this. It's going to update the range. They made a few too many slides. So now we actually have our team. So here's my program actually running the simulation, and this actually took me, the simulation actually was 20 minutes long, and I didn't want to have you guys waiting for 20 minutes for the simulation. But what this is simulating is actually the player's skill level, as you see players in player MMR, as well as the change in level over time. And this will also factor in win streaks and losing streaks and games played, as well as many other statistics to decide how they should be placed in their skill level. So when this process is finished, it will give us the stats of everyone within 100-point increments. And here is the bar graph. So this is the bar graph that you saw earlier. So yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you.
We've got time for a question, if anybody's got a question for me.
In your simulation, like, how are you determining like which team wins and which team loses?
So I actually do have a function that will determine based off how much the average MMR of the team is. So if you actually, if you're within a certain range, such as, I believe the number I use is 200. If you're within that range, it's going to be, actually maybe less, but it's going to be 50-50 chance of you winning. If one team is more skilled than the other, the chances are actually going to be a little bit higher in favor of the team that is a higher skill level on average. And it'll go all the way through to a 90% win rate if one team is especially higher than the other. I wanted to make a simulation that actually would simulate each individual game, but I didn't have time to do that, and plus that would also take a lot of system resources to do, especially with the large data pool size. So, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's the name of the project? What? What's the name of the project?
Skill-based matchmaking.
It's a type. Sure.
So for our next project, I want to introduce Cole Harris and his project, Revenge of the Bardains, Passion Turned to Knowledge. Everyone welcome Cole, please.
Yeah, so I am Cole, and this is my project. I called it an exercise in project management because I think that's what I learned the most about. And how hard it is to do on your own. And then I called it what to do when you've bitten off more than you can chew, because that's exactly what I did. So I wanted to start by talking about this idea that I had when the world shut down in 2020. I took a moment and I played a game called Fire Emblem, and I got really addicted to Fire Emblem, among other things that I did during that time. but that was one thing that I really enjoyed. And I thought, you know, I could make one of these. Like, I really want to do this. So I started, and that's what it looked like. But it was bad. It was really bad. It was really hard to do, and I really didn't know enough to do what I wanted to do in the end. And I knew that I wasn't going to be satisfied if I went ahead and finished what I was working on. So I just put it on a hiatus until this past year, when Professor Glass took over his chair. I went into his office and said, can I do this for my senior project? We had, for reference, we had done a class called Computer Graphics, where we worked on putting the new Union building into VR. And so I had learned some Unity stuff. You may have heard about Unity in the earlier presentation. Some stuff in Unity that I thought would be helpful in making my game what I really wanted it to be in the end. So I dealt with a lot of motivation struggles throughout this project, and I definitely bit off more than I could chew, thinking I could do this in 1 year. I learned that this is probably going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 infinity years from now I might finish this, but I would love to do it one day. So project management is hard, especially when you're on your own. The biggest thing I learned for this is that projects like these, you really have to build a team, and not just a team in the aspect of I need someone to do this thing for me and this thing for me, because I did some of that, but I really needed help along the way with little things, because when I ran out of motivation on specific things, it always took someone else sparking something to help me get back on track. And when I would try to sit there and do it myself, I would stare at the screen for an hour and then quit. I really needed a team to where if I got hit to a roadblock, I can say, hey, can you help me figure out this problem? And then the same thing for that other person. Learning how to manage these projects is difficult. Here's some things I knew. I knew it was going to be hard. I've heard plenty of stories about how long it takes and how much it is to go in depth on a video game. I knew some C# and basic scripting from our Unity thing. I knew some basic project organization and some story writing. Things I didn't know. I didn't know how to model and texture anything in 3 dimensions. I had done a little bit of 2D pixel art, but nothing more than that. And I didn't know how hard Unity was going to be to do on my own. And you probably heard about that more earlier, and how much work there would actually be to do. I ran out of time a lot, and I didn't get close to where I wanted to be with this project, but I am happy with where I'm at today. So let's start with the live demo. Give me just a second as I switch over. So we're currently remote connecting into my computer in my apartment. So just understand that there's no, it looks laggy, but there's no actual lag because it's just the latency from the distance. So you can see here the Unity editor, and here's my game. And so I'm going to click this play button right here, and you will see, as I pull the game window out so we can make it bigger, you can see, there we go. You can see right here we've got some enemy characters, and over there we've got some player characters, and you can see that they're holding weapons. That didn't happen until 3 days ago. That is very, very recent development. So you can see you've got some units over here, some units over here. These guys are holding spears, those guys are holding swords. The story of this game is, it's a continental war between all of the nations on this continent. It's like World War, but for this universe. And so this is one country's people, and then there's another country's people over there, and I'm not going to get into all the details, but I wanted to show you some of the features of this game. So you can see right there where my mouse is moving, there's a little marker showing me where I'm selected. Now, this game is grid-based. If you've ever played a Fire Emblem game, it's sort of like, you may have played Civilization, stuff like that. It's like chess, but with actual characters rather than playable pieces. So if I click this character right here, we're going to go with this one. You can see up in the corner I've got a command menu, and I can hit the attack, move, inventory, trade buttons. The trade button doesn't work yet, but we can move. So if I click the move button right here, it'll highlight all of the places that this character can move to. And if we take a moment to click, we're going to move just a couple spaces. She walks right there, and she'll stay there until the next turn. And now you'll see if I click again, I can't move again this turn. Let's end this turn real quick and move on to now here we can move again, you can see that now, or, and also I want to talk about pathfinding. So you may not realize how hard it is to not get people to walk through trees when it's directly in their path. But if you use special algorithms that understand like where you can and cannot walk, you can have your characters walk around trees instead of directly through them, which would have been the shortest path. That took not very long actually. Pathfinding algorithms are very, very common already. And then I wanted to show you that we can go up and attack this guy. It doesn't do any damage yet because I just got the equipable weapons, and the next thing would be to attach damage values and things to them. So let me hit that button real quick and attack. Cool, I'm good on time. Yeah, so we can attack. There's nothing that really happens yet, and we're still working on audio. I've got a great composer working on my audio. I just haven't gotten to the point where I can hook any of it up yet, but we're really close to that now. So the next thing I want to show off is this inventory, which is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and clear everything out. So show off this inventory right. Sometimes it doesn't work. That's cool. Oh, in turn. It's connected to his ability to move right now. In turn. There we go. So now you can see this is what is in his inventory right now. He's got several different types of swords. You can see their icon pictures and their amount that he has. And we can change it on the fly, which is what I want to show off next. So if I go and find, you can see down here, this is my project hierarchy. It has all the folders and stuff. There's a bunch of stuff in there. But if we click on his character inventory, you can see this way over there is his inventory represented in what it looks like, more like in the code. Not necessarily exactly the code, but what it looks closer to. And you can take it and we can change in real time what's in his inventory. And it will update automatically, and I just broke it. Cool. And then if there's nothing, it will show up blank, which is exactly what it needs to do. The top slot is what's currently equipped. So, the last thing I want to do, while I have a couple minutes left, let's go away from this. That's my Excel document. This is what I wanted. So I wanted to show off a little bit of code, and my favorite piece of code that Professor Glass laughed at when he saw it is this one right here. I didn't test this before we put it in and used it. I just, in my head, went through the hierarchy and figured out that string of things, and I'll explain it here in a minute. And then Professor Glass looked at it and he said, does that work? And I said, I don't know, I didn't test it. So we got it, we got the code there, and it was like, we can't figure out any other way to try to get to the hand of the character to put the sword in it. So he said, well, see if it works. We put it in there, boom, right there. It was right. I don't know how I did it without testing it. But basically, so in Unity, you've got game objects, which is basically anything that's in the scene is a game object that can be accessed through code. It has a transform item, which basically says this is where this is. And then it has a function called getChild, which basically just, in the hierarchy of the thing that we just looked at, when you click down in a folder, that's a child of a parent. So you can say, here's this thing, and its child, and its child, and its child. So, and then they're indexed by where they're at. So this is the first child, and then the first child of that, or the second child of that, and then the first child of that, and the second child of that, and the first child of that, first child of that, third child, second child, first child, and second child, and that's the hand. Anyways, I just wanted to go through that awful piece of code that I wrote that actually works better than what we could figure out. There's some other code here. This is our inventory display code. Let's go down to this update. Yeah, this is what I mulled over for a little while. And it took a little bit to get this stuff working, but we finally figured out how to get the inventory to display properly. There's a ton of code in here. I'm not going to go into all of it. This is the character animation code. And I closed a bunch of these because there were so many. And then I'll show off the grid real quick, and then we will go into questions. So if you look, this is scene view, so you can see the game running, but not from the actual player camera. You can see a little bit behind the scenes. If you look there, you'll see these little points, and those are all the points on the grid that you can walk on. The red ones are marked because you can't walk there, so they're like trees, or if we go over to this little encampment right here, You can see that the house is marked with those red points, and so is like the little battlement and the fence. And all those just make it so that the characters can't access those. And yeah, cool. This project was really hard, and I got here through help of a lot of people and a lot of things, and I hope to continue it for a long time in the future. Are there any questions?
No questions.
Sure. Ben?
What resources were helpful in solving your problem?
Resources were helpful. Professor Glass was a great resource that I used often. But a lot of this was YouTube-based tutorials helped me a lot. Like there were often times when I would go and go to a YouTube tutorial for Unity, and they're very outdated, but they would get me on the right track. So like the icons that you saw for the inventory were based off of a Unity tutorial for how to make icons for your stuff. And it just gives you this basic scene where you can set up a camera and take pictures. So a lot of my stuff came from YouTube tutorials, outside sources, and asking for help from people that understood some things better than I did.
Can you go back into Unity and show the hierarchy of the character match?
Sure, I can. While we do that, also, I wanted to play this. This is a track. Oh no, it won't play unless I'm in the slideshow. I'll do it at the end. This, let's go to a character. So these are where the characters are stored. So if you look up here, this is where I'm at. And I click this button, and this is the character, the root, hips attachment, spine, and this is where the third child thing happened. So that's down here to the right. So this is how I got to this hand to put these swords in it right here. That's the chaotic thing that I read off of the hierarchy to figure out that code. Yeah.
Cole, what about the graphics? Like the house?
So I used, there are asset packs that you can get because I didn't know how to model. I did learn how to model, but for me to actually model these things would have taken me the entire time of the project, and I wouldn't have where I'm at. But so I used some asset packs from the Unity store to have the characters and the weapons and all that, but I changed coloring and stuff to make it sort of my own, but I used the basic models from those packs. That's how I got to this point. Any other questions? I'm going to close with this. This is a track composed by Ben. I have no volume control, but Ben wrote this track for me for the title track for the game, and I just wanted to share that as my last thing. Thank you very much. It didn't give me control.
Oh, it's the same.
Yeah, it disabled. That wasn't nice. It was very nice. It's a feature. Probably.
You've done a lot of featuring controls across campus because there are several computers in the White Hall where they're completely locked.
Oh,
So
interesting.
you can't really do anything else.
Yeah, it's been a while.
What?
Sables, there's.
I didn't show it all.
Yeah, you can just go to the. Just make sure I printed 100. It was coming, but then it seemed like a lot. And really consumed the vast majority of it. Yeah, that happens. You left it on the stool.
No, that one.
Oh, right. Oh, then I just do.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Oh, see, I saw you said it there, so I thought it was yours. Printed 100, wasn't sure how many. That works. All feedback you can get, all of that. It cracks me up, the engineering's dragging an engine while he's stepping down the pole. There should be a presentation starting in a couple minutes, but we may have one person.
It really was almost everything.
We try to make sure every one of them is on time, so we stay on schedule, so people who are planning to come for specific, we don't throw them on schedule off.
Between 88 and 92, somewhere around in that area. Christy Thorne then.
Yeah, I take inquiries around that.
Okay, please, yes.
Other relations. And so y'all live in most
So I live in Carter.
Carter.
Because
If you trade.
no, the one that I copied and then I hit 85.
Yeah, so Brian has the two, Gavin and Anna, that Gavin graduated and Anna's just.
Nope, you're good. People come and go. If it's empty, grab it.
I was just asking if you wanted to.
Tried to come in here earlier.
Yeah, usually just depends if somebody's presenting or not. Then usually the door's closed.
Now, what was your major?
Management marketing, communications marketing.
Did we have any classes?
Well, I can't remember that portion.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't remember, but you know, hoping to change then. The business classes.
I didn't take any business classes.
Oh, okay, didn't have any, okay.
I comments. I was comments.
Okay.
So I think we had a session scheduled for right now, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it. So we'll have about a 15-minute break or so, and then Preston will start. So if y'all need to do anything, feel free to. And then Preston will start at 3 o'clock.
Push it over and the classroom is open.
Oh, yeah. I posted it in there.
Do you have something? Oh, no, you're welcome to fill them out for any of the sessions that you want. So just for people to be able to provide feedback, and that way we can get that back. That's why we got pens and all of that.
That's pretty. No,
It's like it's meant to be like in progress.
If you're working on a project and you can't get it done from one, it's like, hey, this is the progress that we've made in this direction that we're going. It's hard to
cybersecurity and this is CS. We have share this room physics as well. Last Yeah, it is. Last year we had
Last year, we had 30.
We've been going since
Yeah, I would have come in near noon, but.
Isn't that just so? It was so professional.
It was fun for transitions.
It was like
Of course, there's a lot to talk about, like I could make it 2 hours, but
Me too. When I first practiced, I wasn't even halfway done, and I was already 12 minutes. I was like, whoa, I gotta cut something out.
that was all that stuff, characters
and you had that one line over it.
The one line.
Yeah,
That was ridiculous.
That was fun.
That is so cool.
But it worked.
Always know when to think through something. How is it against this success? Digital system.
Yeah, just making real realization.
It's like probably not that, or just working, looking away until I get something that's really massive too. So like, I'm getting off to it, but all the sides, but there's so much going on.
Yeah. It's good to show some.
You made a couple words.
That's
That's working for the last year.
So it's probably
Talking about the drone that she's
So offensive.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, exactly.
I like this.
I've seen this before. You get like board short.
I should have said that I could write.
So I saw you had some posters. You still in
Yeah, oh yeah. Once you go, that's just you're off the road.
Especially
That's quite a catch.
Why are you competing against them?
Make sure
like trying to take down the 2D vector off of a 3D vector space, or saying 2D vector lines. That was actually hard on this.
I think it's a good experience at least.
Technically, a sophomore would be a credits, but it's my semester. I don't know where you guys are. Next semester will be a sophomore.
It is.
So you can have a fabled 3-year project. I say fabled because I don't know of one yet. So.
I've had that as versions for which the way my schedule was, transfer I couldn't have.
Yeah.
I did think I would start doing this last year.
Exactly.
With that is attached, but it's perfect.
I can see what we did. You won't need all rankings.
Yes. The matchmaking algorithm. So essentially, video games are competitive and trying to match the skill levels. But the thing is,
I just want to make sure it's still behaving itself.
Video games, for the most part, because video games are just
I'm okay.
like every
Jackson's a lot better.
I'm saying
there's 1,200.
No, I don't remember which that is. Probably was good.
Actually, though, it would have to have a high amount of games. Like, so the system that Microsoft, it's based on Microsoft's True Skill, which is one matchmaking system. But I'm reworking the back end to deal with very constrained system that in the long term it seems to have some issues. And I'm waiting for it in the long term it'll work better. But that is based actually on the Evo system, which was actually created because of I want to say twice.
So is it like a ranking system? Is it like when you see in chess.com, everybody's got a certain amount of points in terms of who they beat and how difficult that person was to beat?
Yeah, soccer and Beal, like, some scores last time we compared ranking, but instead, you can take some score, but it's based on, okay, your skill rating is this year, because players are similar or the same, so ranking.
Yeah. Crazy.
But we're using games.
Yeah.
And
So like you just average the rankings, like they take the highest and
that
lowest
is
person?
all I've ever seen is averaging. That is the only thing I've seen in game. But there can be some issues with people playing with skill levels. So we have, say, the top players can for people, like one best person in the world would say 5x points. But 4 counts that are T0. Those 4 counts are
yeah, so this is the same.
How do you avoid a situation like that where the best players with 4 counts are not their primary counts? How do you keep them from changing artificially inflate their skill rank?
We're in the setting.
Well, lack of the solution is supposed to look at.
We're in the setting for you.
My role was really to take the person's asked. You just can't. So I come to the system that allows us to play, but it's going to be ones that are based on the top player, but it's going to go down to a little bit just in case it makes it where that abuse is not really possible.
I, who have no video games experience, because playing with my brother, who is very good at most things that he tries to do, and we could team up, and it wouldn't affect either of our scores drastically.
If you play or lose, I wouldn't create a kind of trash, but you wouldn't lose so much. But if you were a win, it's probably just okay.
Hey, Sam.
Six,
I think is the genesis.
So it's probably a bonus. Meanwhile, your brother went on being so that's what I'm going to be very soon. I've taken my grievances
It's amazing how fast time moves until you're ready for it to move, and then it like slows down.
It makes me the topic of skill-based management just like very much. And generally just frame it that you go for, say, do better. I've researched and I don't want to be able to find just what's different choices. Like, Montreal was brings to siege, right? Brings to siege, like frequencies. But it said making it almost better.
Fixing a small problem but not looking at the big picture.
So they created a massive system that was a massive problem. I mean, I actually found ways to do this myself to make it work. I'm like a top
Did you get that to the point where you I mean, just because that's samples that you're
and the problem was I can't get myself down to but being top 4% or top 25, that should be awesome. But I think when we're now at 2 games with the 30% win rate, I should be going down rank. It's still only looking to go.
Structurally against all of these people, and they're going to be getting these wins.
Yes, exactly. And I've been hoping
It's kind of worse. It doesn't even pretend.
but eventually it's just
They just took all of these and stuff off.
it's not
So it's on the wall, but it can't be.
So my system would maybe lose my and thinking I would Western Boulds at the end of the Western Board my rank. But it'll make my game go.
That's fair.
So
There was a hotel one where they were like, you can move this, but it doesn't do it.
So sometimes players will actually have the account just playing free zone and want to play solo because a lot of times when you play solo you're when you're with your team. So I want to encourage that to be something that we do. Because the digital is your boosting and then testing just you can't play for that's my suggestion. It's very hands-on. But people want to play.
Generally happens after significant events.
Yeah, that's really right.
Just graduated. Check, actually.
Maybe you want your important account that you have that you're trying to run, but you don't want to risk that account. But that character dangerous.
All right, so about time to get back into it. And so the next presentation that we have, I'll introduce Preston Nabors, and his title of his project is Adversarial Machine Learning and PDF Malware Detection. So everyone please welcome Preston.
Alright, so hello everyone. As he said, my topic is Adversarial Machine Learning and PDF Malware Detection. This is a research topic that I began this summer at East Carolina University, so that's why you see the ECU up there. First things first, get into what this is. Machine learning, I'm assuming that you don't know, is the study of AI. So things, machines, computer programs that use numerology and mathematics to train themselves to make decisions and assign labels to certain areas and data sets, essentially. Adversarial machine learning is where we study how a machine, such as an AI, can falsely train labels to certain areas in the data set. So the first example of an adversarial sample ever being created is right down here in the bottom left-hand corner. We're going to zoom in a little bit. Here, they took a panda. This is an AI that is trained to look at images and classify what animal is being presented in the image. And it had 60% confidence roughly. They added small mathematical changes to the pixels that are indistinguishable to the human eye. And afterwards, the gibbon, or the panda, was identified as a gibbon, which is a black and white monkey, by the AI with a very high confidence, even though we can see that it's clearly a panda and it looks the exact same as the previous image. So, in PDF malware detection, this field of study is a very big deal because we use AI classifiers to identify and include malware in such things such as PDFs in your email hundreds of thousands of times a day, so that your machine is not being affected. What's interesting about this field here is that the evasive nature of PDF files, malware in PDF files, makes it to where adversarial samples that are being created through machines such as this method are going to evade malware classifiers that are not using AI. So this is a very big innovation for us. What this allows us to do, theoretically, is create many different versions of malware exceedingly quickly, and then train our AI on those new malwares before perpetrators, attackers, are able to use those things against us, so to speak. So right here, if you see this, I'm gonna zoom in for y'all. Our study of the Mimicus implementation, which is a certain implementation used by some researchers, identifies certain features within PDF malware that it looks at closely to assign a malicious label to this PDF file. And what you'll notice, these feature names, creation date, modification date, JavaScript count, position end of average, or end of file average, all of these have something to do with the length of a file. One of the early indicators of a malicious file was how long a file was, which, as many of you know, how long a file is has nothing to do with whether or not there's malicious content within the file. And so this is very essential that we study and look closely at the way that these adversarial samples are being calculated and the way that our AIs are being trained. Because what this reveals to us is that these AI classifiers are not secure in any way. They can be bypassed easily. All we have to do is change these features and our malware will get straight through. So, getting down into the nitty-gritty of some of this, what you're looking at up here is a support vector machine. That's a type of machine learning model. And to the right, we have some enhanced versions of the machine. And so, to kind of explain what's going on, you want to think of like an AI is making a decision between two labels, saying this is a 0, this is a 1, this is bad, this is good, malicious, clean, whatever. But they do this based on thousands of numbers. So here we have they try to show a 3D diagram of what's going on, but in reality, what's really happening is that this is thousands of dimensions. And so what's happening is each one of these points is an additional factor that our machine learning model is able to decide on. So like, let's say that we only have this red and blue dot. We have that straight line that's drawn right between the middle that goes everything that's above this is bad, everything that's below this is good. As we make our machine learning models more advanced and better able to distinguish between different data sets within a larger data set, we can get closer to approaching the true distinctions between two different types of data within the data set. Going back to the main slide, the improvements that we need to see in a lot of future research in this area has to do mainly with this mimicry and reverse mimicry right here. A lot of current adversarial samples being created in PDF malware are based on the benign features of the malicious files being injected into the files. But what we really need to see is the mathematical calculations that we're using to be applied directly to the malicious payload. That way we can quickly evolve and get to the end, I guess you could say, of all certain types of malicious payloads that can be injected in the PDF file. Because currently how it stands is Adobe has been for the past 20 years showing us, hey, we just found another vulnerability this year, and so on and so forth. And so if we really want to get to the end of this arms race, so to speak, this is where our research is at. And that's all. Any questions?
Is this slide going to be, where is this slide going to be? Like, is it, like, where can I, see, like, the full files, like, I'm reading myself later?
The paper, well, I'm submitting the paper to a conference called the ICMLA 2025 conference. Whether or not it gets accepted, I do not know, but either way, the paper should be available through the Department of Computer Science.
Okay.
Can you describe a little bit more about how mimicry and reverse mimicry works?
Right, sure. So mimicry and reverse mimicry. Mimicry is when we take a malicious PDF file and we try to inject typically clean features into the file. So same thing as what's going down here with this Mimicus implementation. If we wanted to make this malicious file bypass the classifier, we could just change creation date, change the modification chain, change the number of JavaScript that's being used, change the end of the file, the length of streams, stuff like that. But more effective technique that needs to be implemented in much of research is that we need to be looking at the actual malicious payload, which in a PDF file, a malicious payload is usually some sort of element of the file that calls to a piece of the RAM that is out of bounds, and then that piece of RAM that is out of bounds runs itself and pulls from some host on the internet that downloads a backdoor onto your machine. And because it's out of bounds, it's not being checked by your anti-malware program on your machine. So, is that what you're asking, so to speak?
Yeah, I was just looking for some more detail in that space.
So we would need to quantify the aspects of the malicious payload that are within these files, and then we can apply mathematical functions, calculations, such as the light gradient boosting method or the fast gradient sign method, and we would be able to make changes to these, small changes to these malicious payloads that are, so they would be 0-day exploits, but we would be able to produce them very rapidly. This research field shows that oftentimes a researcher is able to show how they're able to bypass someone's classifier, or they're able to make a classifier that is then robust. It's able to kind of compound very quickly because you can train your AI on any evasive files that you already encoded. Any other questions?
Okay, you said that this is the kind of research that needs to be done in order to combat the like PDF type malware problem. Do you know what kind of research is currently being done to that angle, or if there is any?
So typically what they're doing is that they're changing these minute features that I talked about, the benign features that they're injecting into these files. And they've been playing this game back and forth for a long time, since about 2013. But what needs to be done is it really needs to be applying these mathematical calculations, which are very complex and advanced, directly to malicious payloads, which can sometimes be very troubling or hard to do because most of the time because the malicious payload has to do a lot with also the actual devices on the internet where they're being installed from, you really have to be an actual hacker to be familiar with the malicious payload's content, so to speak, because it's not all necessarily in the file. Any other questions?
So what's next? Like, could we see, like I could see how somebody could potentially weaponize this knowledge and somebody could potentially build a really good defense with the knowledge. Is there a point where we might be able to see that we can use AI to largely end the threat of malware in PDFs because there's no mathematical way they can get around the classifiers?
Well, that's why this field is important to study, because we originally, when we came out with AI being used to classify malware, we thought that that was going to be the case, and then people quickly showed that the exact opposite is true, because the AI itself is actually vulnerable in the way it learns. And this is not the extent of the problem. A lot of AI is being trained in public data sets, on public GitHubs, and so people can mess with that training and create little backdoors into which they can inject their own content and affect systems, which has been done in the past, and it's very dangerous. Any other questions? Another interesting fact is that I contacted a lot of the researchers who have been working in this field. Many large universities from across the globe. What's interesting is that many researchers, especially ones from like China, would not readily share their code that they use to create adversarial samples of malware, because they probably think that it could be used in very harmful ways, and so they hold tightly to it. It's another example of why this field has to be studied in our own country. Really. All right, that is all.
Thank you.
I'm supposed to be filling these out.
And then Grace was one thing more
It just sounds too soon.
Oh, sure,
Yeah, it's for 20
Mine was also
Alright.
it's not sticking at all.
It's okay. Don't want to be a phone all day. Better be better.
Luckily, my police security is very low. I just need to bring out my musical theater.
Just sing your slides.
Just sing all of it.
Like this?
always think that. I put a ton of time into this.
I'm not this way.
Share what you got. I was always
Well,
thought
if you have someone
I know. That was something, I guess. But yes, but try not to say
It's just like the
That's where
anticipation.
time slows down.
Yeah.
There's a bubble.
Huh?
It's gonna be the slowest 5 minutes of your life.
I mean, it's probably good. Hopefully it'll be longer than.
No, I'm
Oh,
talking about
okay.
the space. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the minutes leading up to it just, they take so long to pass by. It's like,
Just looking for a lot of tick.
66. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure. No, there'll be a gap in your whole review process. Not
Just strongly agree there.
can't ask for anything. There's a reason why self-evaluation.
Put it on the I have a
Yeah, he's saying to
Yes. Somebody with deeper background knowledge thinks it's a but they have somebody who never touched it. Especially if you get decent at it, you make a bunch of assumptions. It's better you get something more core piece of knowledge. Like somebody who's worked at job for a year, the general explains why a lot of money for 10 years. I mean, that would keep you busy for the rest of your life. Yeah. The need for that's immense. All right, everyone. So for our next session, I want to introduce Sterling Proctor. And Sterling's project is the Risk Management Website Project. So everybody please welcome Sterling.
Okay, so as he said, I'm in the process of making a risk management website. It has been rough, very rough around the edges, but hey, every project has to start somewhere. So my initial idea for this website was to create a website that would be created to take into account the respective field. So like how the website's set up is you pick two categories The categories are what field it's in. So like healthcare, retail, what have you. And what method was used to create the problem. So like where the website basically the second field is where you choose what method of hacking someone used. So like whether it was lost or stolen, or whether they actually hacked it, or I'm happy in that field. And the whole process is going to be using the FAIR model eventually. Right now it's in the preliminary stages because I'm trying to figure out how to link the website to the actual code. And my initial idea though was to create that while also having them put in their company's assets, but it's changed a little bit. So through trials and tribulations, I've changed the original design due to all those unforeseen complications while working on the project, because coding is hard. It's not my strong suit, but I wanted a challenge. Now I just ask for the company type and the method type from the user, and ideally it'll be able to query the database that I have for the answer. And it'll have Tableau, which is a data visualization program, generate what they asked for. So things that I knew versus what I learned. I knew very little HTML and CSS from high school, and high school has been 7 years ago now for me. And I learned SQL from Dr. Talbot in the SQL class. Things I had to learn way more HTML and CSS. I had to learn how to use my PHP admin in relation to MySQL. And I had to learn how to use Hostinger's interface, which Hostinger is who I'm hosting my website through. So, as I said just a second ago, I chose Hostinger for my website to be hosted off of. It's revealed a lot of problems because they don't have many clear tutorials on how to deploy your own website to the website hosting service. They have like things like WordPress where you can do it on there. And most of the tutorials I found were really old. But here's what the interface looks like for me. So for my website in particular, I have this sort of interface, which when I first saw it, it was just like overwhelming because it's just like, what does everything mean? But the main core parts of my website are the database tab and files tab, really. So the database choice, so Hostinger has a database that you can set up through them, and it's a SQL server that uses my PHP as an interface. And to show you that, this is the database, specifically the one data set that I have currently loaded. I used a smaller data set at first so I can see what's really going on without having to comb through like thousands upon thousands of entries. It's still not perfected yet. I need to minimize some of the categories because I have like healthcare in there, tech, financial, gaming, web, but there's also ones like telecommunications, which doesn't have anywhere to go yet. So I have to, that's a challenge in itself, is figuring out which categories those would be best represented under. what I'm using for visuals, like I said previously, is Tableau. And Tableau will be used once it gets fully deployed as well. Tableau is really good at a lot of things, and you can get very specific in what you want in it. This is the Tableau data that I currently have set up. It's telling you how many people were affected by each method, as you can see up there. And you can see like academic, financial, gaming, government, health, retail, tech, and web. And what I'm wanting to do as well is once it gets ported over to in HTML, there's a whole different thing that I have to do for that. It'll tell you how many people were affected by, by method and then organization type. What I wish I would have done. I wish I would have started before this semester, because I realized very quickly that a solo web development is very time intensive, especially if you don't know what you're doing. I had a little bit of knowledge of web development prior to this, but nowhere near the amount that I ended up needing. And I wish I would have been able to achieve more than I have. What I do have, I'm very proud that I was able to get it done. But it's kind of a give and take. Whenever you're coding, it feels like you're not getting as much done until you can see it. But I know I've done a lot even though I can't see it yet, like visually see it. What problems I encountered. The database is very finicky to work with. There aren't many tutorials for it, especially with the Hostinger interface. Also, being able to upload the website from GitHub, which is where I currently have all my code, has been difficult. And because of those previous points, I haven't been able to query my database yet to make sure that it's able to do that. Luckily, I still have time, but it's just been very stressful because you can't, like I said, being able to see what you've done is very helpful for morale, but if you can't, it gets a little bit tough. There's one other thing I wanted to show, which is, this is my actual code. It's not a ton yet. I don't have JavaScript in there yet for the Tableau visualizations, but most of the pages are the same right now, but here's what the website actually looks like. It's very simple. But they do link to each other. These two are the same right now, but they do link to each other. And then for my data set, the place that I got it from Kaggle. Kaggle is really good for finding a lot of data sets, and so, thank you. Are there any questions?
So can you explain more about what the FAIR framework is and why you wanted to use it?
So the FAIR framework, I haven't really gotten into the meat. The main reason I wanted to use it was because it's the best for risk management, and I haven't been able to incorporate it just yet, just because I've been focused on being able to connect the database.
So what was can you talk a little bit about your ultimate goal about why you wanted to create the site for people to put in their information? Like what's their benefit? What would they get out of it?
Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to incorporate the FAIR framework is so that there would be more of a centralized way of people viewing data. And the initial idea was to make it where and this will probably be an eventual goal as well, is to make it to where people can put in their assets that they have and be able to predict approximately where their company lies based on the assets that they put in. So the assets would be like a number amount.
So trying to help them understand what risks they face
Right.
based on different types of threats.
Right. It's just getting to the meat and bones of that takes a lot longer than I had anticipated. It didn't help that unforeseen circumstances regarding having migraines for the first half of the semester did not help with the whole process. But I wish I would have started on it last semester to deal with those unforeseen circumstances. Any more questions? Thank you. I just kind of controlled myself from the beginning.
And I don't fix my code instead of using it. No, I didn't use it. I realized it was actually use a structure first. Because you was the version of I was did like every single half byte access, which was a review drop. That'll be
Did something actually explode or just like the code?
It would probably just crash. Or just like fail to serve, just fail to find a resource. No real explosion is gonna occur.
That's good.
I'm not hooking up to like a nuclear reactor or anything like that, so don't worry.
I was thinking you might have some sort of physical model of something around
Oh
that.
no, we're not engineering.
Yeah, programming can be used to cause things that already exist to interact in new ways with the world. You don't have to make the thing.
True.
Oh, I'm in our cameras.
Fair enough.
I'm not presenting. I'm just hanging out in here.
Oh, yeah, the white chocolate.
How could you do this?
I might leave. I don't know how long I'm going to stay for. I just wanted to see some of the cool stuff that people had come up with.
Chocolate chip was pretty
There's power right here.
Avaition for game.
Thank you.
I just kept on looking at that guy. Every time we go to these sorts of affirmation.
You'll see, like, when I leave for shift, I always tend to find paying attention.
That's what I thought.
So I'm in the middle of doing something, and I look over and I see someone like this. And I'm like, I don't know. I'll just sit down and go.
Just like keep on playing perfectly and just stay.
You don't have to stay for the whole time. So you can
That's weird. I've like been here since.
I had class 12.
Because I thought.
Flipped it and then
cost of the like
Yep.
30 and I was
Yep.
30 and I was here by June 30, so.
The game demos are the ones that are just interested in me. We have heard a lot of knowing this is issue today before research and want to make changes. I don't know like that
Timer. That's a good idea. Usually you have to do that for the paper. Instead of doing that, so that's why you should. Yeah. Need some water.
How was your presentation? Actually, no way draft.
Did you forget or did I joke?
I actually forgot the
Forgot what?
Grace actually presented that for me. She's last in our second class.
The funny part is that there are so many people.
You can choose your reference.
You ask for one person.
Yeah.
Which
I know.
is the funny part.
Because everyone else here that's presenting already presented.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually two I want to see most, actually. Especially yours.
Thanks. I hope you are not.
The pressure's on for you.
What?
That's for
very harsh. I'm able to watch all of them videos because my class that was like so it would be right, like, why you're
Right,
asking
yeah.
questions on my class.
But you
It's a
saw
rehearsal.
you saw it,
I saw your demo of it, and I got your gist.
yeah.
You can stay some.
Although I don't think I don't think I mentioned the discovery that I came upon. I think I just told Professor Glass at the end of that period, so you'll miss that.
I'll watch it so that I can say I watched all of it. But I can't teleport at 4:30 I don't know. Program it for
How long do people typically have to work on their projects? Is it just like the last semester, or the last 2 semesters? I've heard one of the guys was saying, "Hey, I wish I'd started earlier," but
Yeah. You just have to climb the steep learning curve hill. You could probably make some
like learn particle physics.
Yeah.
I think there's a contemplation of it.
All that.
You know more about that.
Yeah, and then type on that and and put geochemical coordinates.
I don't even know what I'd start on. I don't even know what I'm capable of. But.
Yeah, I'm sure Python has a lot
From teleportation, you create a project called geocoordinates. Well, negative time would be like you go out there and you go there
I have a list.
it's like B2 gives you like ability.
Now, are they a list of good ideas? I don't know. I don't have enough perspective. I'm hoping that's what this would give me.
I think I started.
So we're going to get started on the next session. So this is Caleb Starkey and his project, the Digital Sonar. So everyone please welcome Caleb. Thank you everybody for coming today. My project has been to adapt a board game called Sonar to a video game format. Just a little overview of how the board game itself works. There are two teams of 2 players each. One person is the captain, one person is the radio operator. You have a grid similar to Battleship, but with islands, and then the captain is in charge of moving a submarine around, and it's a hidden movement game. The radio operator is trying to find the submarine based on the direction that the captain is moving the submarine. Hopefully it'll be a little bit clearer once I start this. I have made some adjustments to the game rules to that UI. It's not where it's supposed to be. Let me at least move the end turn screen so that I can end the turn. That'd be good. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So the way that the general gameplay loop works is the captain will move if button works. Yeah, submarine moves, and then that is communicated to the radio operator, which for the purposes of the video game adaptation I have automated. So it's not another player, it's the computer doing it. And if you'll see in the bottom right over there, it shows the path. Better background for that is in the works. But for now, we can let's move the same direction for now, and then back to player 1. And every time you move, you build up energy. That's the bottom right, like circular gauge there. So if I move up, you'll see we have 2 energy now. End the turn. This has been updated. And you move the same way, just for simplicity's sake. And this is the health bar. Eventually, there will be a functional torpedo that can do damage if you guess where they are. That is still in progress. The path took quite a bit of work. So if I move here and quickly end my turn, you will see that you cannot, just as you can't go through onto islands, you can't cross over places you've already been. And eventually, if you corner yourself, you might need to surface, which wipes your path entirely, and tells the other person where you are. Eventually, again, I will have a better display for the radio operator that will show on a smaller version of this grid where the opponent is. But for now, it wipes the path because there's no point in keeping track of that anymore, because you know exactly where they are, and they can go over that space again. And as you can see, it caps out at 4. Any more energy you get after that is just extra that isn't kept, and so you're better off actually using the abilities. Like if I were to silence it, see the target's turned a different color, and I can move there. There's some display stuff that still needs some work. I think I'm missing a sprite there, but the other player does not know which direction I moved. If you'll see on the radio operator, it doesn't know which direction was moved. And so the idea of the radio operator is it doesn't know where the opponent started, but it knows where the opponent has moved, and so it's trying to check against the islands and the path, where is my mouse, to see where could they have started. There's a grid that is not displayed at the moment that just keeps track of all the starting locations that are no longer possible. And eventually it will say, oh, they're here. And you can torpedo them. So that's the basic idea of the game and the progress that I have made so far. Any questions? So why this game? Because this is a game that I have enjoyed playing with my family a lot, and it is the logic itself of the game is a little bit simpler, and so I thought that it would make for a good adaptation. It would let me focus more on learning the ins and outs of Unity rather than having to work a lot with complicated game logic. And also it's a it's a team game that I would sometimes like to play 1v1s with, and that is hard to do without an automated radio operator. I have done it before. It takes a lot of brain power, and so I figured that I could kill two birds with one stone, make a digital version of it, get some practice with Unity, and be able to play it with a group of smaller than 4 people. Grace.
So we saw some previous video games, and they talked about a lot of their progress was struggling with the code or with their game engine. Did you have similar problems, or were you more struggling on the design element?
Yes, I did have similar problems. Let me move. See if I can change the way the screen mirroring is done so that you can see. Yeah. So if I change this, you can see the back end of it. If I click on, where is the tile map? Oh, or the tile palette is not showing up. But if you'll, let me go to sprites. These are the path tiles, and all of the paths are made out of, like, by rotating these. Let me see if I can zoom in. Oops, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. That'll be a bit bigger. And so when the math to rotate these and flip these to fit where the submarine has actually moved is fairly complicated. And it took a while to figure out, especially because I spent a good amount of time under the assumption that it flips it first and then rotates it, and it does not do that. And you can't do it, if you do it in the other order, it does things differently. And so it was probably about 10 hours at minimum trying to figure out how to get these to rotate correctly. And aside from that, the radio operator has been tricky because it's like there's a lot of there's a lot of there's a lot of different cases that you need to check against, and for some reason it has spent a lot of time trying to collapse a path when it doesn't make sense to. I think that the grid to track, once I have a display for the grid to track where it could have started, then I think it'll be easier to troubleshoot that. Any other questions?
So knowing what you know now, if you started, what would you do differently, if anything?
I would include a lot more debug messages as I was building things rather than waiting for things to break and then go back in and try to find them.
Yeah.
And I would actually probably try to get the visual displays working sooner rather than later, because they make troubleshooting a whole lot easier. Because there's visually you can see, okay, this is what it's doing wrong. Like for example, with the move targets, like if I hit end turn, these red dots that appear, these gave me a lot of trouble because fun thing, in most languages, the little up sign, the caret, means exponent. In C#, that does not mean exponent. It's a bitwise operator that does something completely different. And so the math for generating these little guys, I was using an exponent for, and it just wasn't working. And for some reason, instead of moving one in each direction, it wanted me to move either 1 or 2 spaces to the west or 1 or 2 spaces to the south. And I spent a considerable amount of time trying to figure it out. Alex Bope helped me get debug messages working because those weren't working for a little while. And I realized, oh, C# is dumb and has a different exponent operator than is normal. And so after I fixed that, it worked, but that I was only able to figure out like a guess at what was wrong because the move targets initially weren't working, and so that cued me that something was up.
So what features are you still hoping to implement?
Yeah, that's a great question. The Sonar feature is a feature that lets you ask for either the row or column position of your opponent, and trying to get like input screens to work cross turn is still a thing that is difficult and is taking more work than I anticipated. And the torpedo function, obviously right now, does not fully work. It's not doing damage for some reason, and so I need to fix that. There is another game called Captain Sonar that took Sonar and built upon it and added some extra features. And if I have time, I would love to add some features from that game. Like there's mines that you can place. The version of Sonar in that game is a little bit more complicated, where they tell you one true thing and one false thing and they have like regions, so it's not just row column. And they have a longer distance, like silence, where you can move up to 4 tiles, which actually is something that I think I could get to work, or that I could already do now, but I have it set to 1 for this because it's just classic Sonar at the moment. And better art assets. This is still very much a work in progress as far as the art is concerned.
That's been a common theme across the
Yeah.
different attempts at games, is the art part is hard.
Yes.
Wait, no ray tracing?
No, no, not yet. Anyway.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Gil.
Thank you.
All right, we'll about a 5-minute break while some you need a snack or a drink or something?
Especially trying to.
Oh, that's your
get,
okay.
Yeah,
You're fine. You're good.
Yeah.
people coming in. Cool. I know they're hoping they're out everybody.
What's the
I have
argument?
plenty of people queued up to come in here.
Was she saying there isn't any people here, or that she doesn't want people to be here?
Second one.
Well, I mean, I've been here this long. I might as well stick around.
There's one after me, so you can just go.
Nice try.
Yeah.
So you're the one after this one?
Yes.
I did like the
She drew the short straw. Last of
I
14.
always draw the short straw. I have a V.
Oh, are they actually alphabetical? Is that what it was?
The first three are not. Then everything else is.
That's so
It
weird.
doesn't make sense unless it just has like class levels or something. But you can
Yes, yeah, I carved the alphabetical because I looked at the first few and I'm like, okay. Like, I didn't.
But then I realized so much.
Yeah, literally my entire family.
I think she probably went alphabetical from 1 o'clock on. Oh, wait. No, these are the 3 people that submitted. These are the 3 people that submitted the form. These are the people I all sent in. So there was the form to fill out for the symposium, the title, abstract, and everything. So 3 people filled out the form and then I submitted everyone else. That's why this is alphabetical, because she didn't go back and make it all alphabetical. She took these are the first 3 people that did the form, and then these are all the people I submitted as one bulk thing 2 days later. That's why it's like that. Okay.
When I showed it to him, he said, does that work? I said, I don't have a test yet. So we finished the code. I plugged it in and it successfully.
We tried the Unity example of doing just fine, because you're supposed to be able to find one of the children by name. Now, I didn't check to see if there's a switch for subchildren. So find child might actually need some kind of switch to allow you to traverse through the tree of children. That's probably why it didn't actually return the child, because it is like a great-great-great-great-grandchild.
Right. Very, very.
And if you have a detailed model, I can understand by default your child is not traversed.
Right.
Well, I was trying to figure, like, I didn't want to get cheese. You were disappointed about cheese? Cheese is hard to do. Artisan cheese is amazing.
I already finished the same.
I mean, you don't have to listen at this point.
I know.
All right, everybody. So I want to introduce our next to last session. And this is Sunkit Tsui. And his project is visualizing the Union University catalog. So everybody, please welcome Sunkit.
Good afternoon. Can people in the back hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so I'm Sunkit, and this is my project. I call it a Vislog, short for Visualizing the Catalog. And it is a full stack web application that does a multitude of things, ranging from
fetching the current catalog as a JSON and visualizing that in the front-end application. So the goals of this log are by constructing a tree-like structure or representation of each program that Union currently offers, and then to create that visualization that can help both students and professors and faculty members to have a better idea of what their program looks like, what are the different paths that you can take, and to have a better experience when you're planning the courses, which is the original motivation. So this is still a feature that I have not yet implemented, but in the original plan, I also plan to have a collaboration mode where you can have multiple people within the same session. To ideally, the original use case was for students and advisors, that you could share the same screen, essentially, kind of like Google Docs, and then you could collaborate and look through the catalog, kind of like in sync. So, yeah. And the technologies that were used, the ones I already know, include your classic front-end trio of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Can't escape that. I'm using Rust in the back end. For those of you who are not familiar with Rust, it is a newer, I think it came out in 2016, programming language that focuses on memory safety and performance. Not that I really need memory safety and performance in this case, but it was fun working with it, so Rust. I also had experience with REST APIs, HTTP protocol, which is the backbone of the internet as we know it, and web servers. So there's quite a few that I needed to learn a little bit more about. Solid.js is the front-end JavaScript framework that I used. It's an alternative to React, which is probably more popular, and, well, not probably, it definitely is. And Axum is the Rust framework that I use in the back end that handles deserializing, serializing HTTP requests, and handling some really mundane stuff that I don't really want to do myself. Tailwind, the full name Tailwind is actually Tailwind CSS. It is a CSS library or framework. It basically simplifies the way you can write CSS by providing you with a whole multitude of standard components that you can compose yourself instead of having to write everything from scratch. And of course, there's always more surprises with CSS, the ways that it works and doesn't work. System design is also something that I'm more new to. Not that I haven't designed anything like this before, but there's always a lot more to learn. And web design is definitely not one of my strongest points, so I had to learn a lot throughout the project. Lastly, there's data visualization. It's a graph, data visualization. So this is the overall architecture of Vislog. We start over here with the catalog API on the top, where I would fetch the JSON of the current catalog from, and that will store it as a static asset on the server, where I would parse the JSON and then produce a schema in Rust. And then from there on, I will serve that to the front end using my Rust server and feeding front end JSON. Then there's the unimplemented part of the interactive application server, where the vision is to have a long-running server where you will have connections to the client using WebSockets, and they can have live updates through that. And the user data storage that I picked for the interactive users or the interactive server will be SQLite, since it is very lightweight, and I don't need to run a dedicated database server for it to be usable. So the first challenge that I encountered was parsing the catalog. My fellow computer science students will know me by complaining a lot about it. So let me give you a little taste of it. So this is a diagram of the state machine that I devised to parse the lowest level, basically the courses of each requirement. I'm not going to dive deep into this, but like basically it encompasses all of the different states and let's see. So it encompasses all the different states that I expect to happen and some that I didn't expect to happen, and then the operations that you could do to change between the states to finally create the output that you want, or I want. The second challenge was time management. This project probably cost me, used over 200 plus hours of my time. And doing that with a full 16 credit workload was not really fun. So I had to make some sacrifices here and there. Apologies to my professors. And there's CSS. CSS is very not fun. It breaks in very unhuman, comprehensible ways. Okay, you can speak about it because just bring back trauma. And we're gonna have a quick live demo. Just fair warning, it is nothing like magnificent since I spent probably like 2 weeks on the front end because parsing the catalog was hard. And here we go. Hey. So as you can see on the top, we have a search bar where you can enter the name of the programs, or you can scroll through it if you want to. We already have the computer science major pulled up, and you can see that computer science major has 1 degree requirement, which depends on a prerequisite and major requirements. Under prerequisites, you could see that we have discrete math, Calc 1, Calc 2, linear algebra, everybody loves it. Then under major requirements, you can see all the different courses that CS majors need to take in order to complete the degree. And here you can see an OR node, which has 2 courses in it, Secure Software Engineering and Programming Languages. Whenever you encounter this, it means that you can select either or. And when you click that, but when you select that, actually, let's not go there first. So let's show details. When you click on show details, we'll bump out this side menu. The default might be a little too wide. It is adjustable. And it'll give you a quick overview of the course. So you can see here, CSC 337 is the actual course number. And the GUI is just a unique identifier within the system. It is 3 credit hours and a quick description of the courses. Under there, you can see that I have selected Secure Software Engineering, and all of its so-called prerequisites is just its parents within this dependency tree. I have plans to make this look more organized, where you can see clearly which ones, who's parents and who depends on who, to make this a more intuitive experience. And lastly, you can full screen this whole thing if you want more screen estate. Okay. How much time? So, lessons learned from doing this project. Don't be scared to tackle a challenge, because it will really hurt you down the road, especially time-wise. Yeah, so initially I stalled on starting on parsing the catalog and kind of fell into a state of analysis paralysis on how I should approach parsing the catalog, because I'm not going to hurt all your brains and eyes by showing you the raw JSON file, but it's painful. So just get started. It'll give you more insights to how to solve the problems once you start actually tackling the problem, and it'll actually speed up the process. Second one is read the documentation, even if it seems or actually is bad, because someone wrote it. Even if they didn't really want to write it, there is like some intuition that they have that you might not have. In this case, I definitely did not have. Yeah, if I had read the documentation of the API properly, I would probably save me dozens of hours on trying to figure out the semantic meanings of certain JSON elements and the different things that they can represent. Lastly, CSS is hard. All right, any questions?
Can you show us a more complicated major?
Oh, yes, of course.
I was going to ask to see the English one because they have some fun.
Which one?
English major?
Which English?
Creative writing. This is more fun.
Yeah, major requirements. That doesn't look too hard. And then we have genre studies, where you select two courses from these courses, and then you can select two that are not used from the following. Oh, okay. So this is some of the backend that I'm not finished creating, because normally when you write the software, you list things that you actually want to use, or that's how JSON usually is. But you don't normally list something that you don't want to list. So yeah, that is displayed there, but just make sure you read the label. And if you want to look at something even more complicated, we can look into the music department. Hey, we have a 100-hour monstrosity over here. Let's just make this smaller.
I need to show my sister. She's in that.
Okay. Ready? I'm gonna start scrolling, and we'll scroll, and we'll scroll.
Oh my goodness.
So this is just like the general music.
This one is bachelor of music with major in music education.
Oh,
So 100 credit hours, which is very impressive.
Oh my god.
And yeah, oh, I forgot to showcase something. Yes, you can actually go look at it in the actual catalog by clicking the link and look at this monstrosity in a table format. Yes. So, yeah. So,
that's very useful.
There we go.
So a lot of those are or.
Thank you.
Either
What was the question?
Are any of those so are a lot of the trees have either ors in them for the music?
Yes, so that's one thing I haven't gotten to yet. I haven't gotten to parsing the semantic meanings of the higher level requirements. As you remember, the giant state machine, that was just for the courses within a requirement that enabled me to do things like this. Yeah. Yes.
So, did you essentially go through each major and input all of that data into your program, or is your program have the is it essentially reading the site and the catalog and putting it and formatting it?
Right.
For us?
So no, I'm not scraping the union catalog. Luckily, I would be very depressed if I had to do that.
Yeah.
But there is a because union uses this outside third-party service called Smart Catalog, I think, and then they have an API that exposes that allows you to fetch a JSON payload of the university's catalog, and that's what I was using.
So our current electronic catalog, if you printed it, would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 pages. And you can query the API and it will give you one giant JSON document with the entire catalog.
It's 65,000 lines.
And so what did you learn about our catalogs?
Frankly, it sucks.
A little more technical.
Okay, so there's, I'm not sure if it's misused, but from the way that I was looking at it and looking back, there's a lot of components which their relationships are unclear. For example, normally if you want to express an AND relationship in JSON, you would have an AND object and have two in a list or something under it what you're ANDing. But in the catalog's case, they would all be siblings in an array. So, yeah, hence the state machine. Yes.
We are wonderfully inconsistent in how we describe the relationships between courses in the different departments and schools in the catalog. So one of the things that's excited me about Sunkid's project is actually his error log.
Oh, yes.
So everything that fails his state machine, I'm interested in, because that gives me points in the catalog to go chase people for that says, please go fix your wording because we cannot interpret it.
So Yeah, I don't really have an error log right now because I basically ironed out most of the edge cases using the state machine. There are still 5 programs that failed to pass the parser. Let's see if I can pull them up.
Which program?
Yes.
Let's see. Where should I find it? I'm struggling to recall the project structure. It's in the core, I believe. Where's the parser? Actually, I'm just gonna do this. So it's these.
I can't read
I can't read that at all. Major in medical laboratory science, major in family studies, pre-athletic training program, bachelor of science in organizational leadership, and Christian leadership.
Nice.
Yes. Yeah. Well, any other questions?
Yeah, Emily, Grace, and Stacy were doing something. They initially started off to do something similar in the database class. Did you consult them at all?
No, I wasn't aware of it until like halfway through the project.
And I'm pretty sure they laughed.
Yes.
I did. I laughed at him so hard whenever I asked him what his project was about, and he said parsing the catalog. I was like,
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Say that again?
Now I have until the 19th to get that interactive session bumped up.
Most of the time, unless it gets confused. All right, so thank you all for coming for the final session of the day. And I'm happy to present Grace VanLiere and her project, Go Phish. So everyone please welcome Grace.
Hello. As Professor Glass stated, my name is Grace VanLiere, and my project, Go Phish, is on email headers. So as a quick review, how an email works is that it starts from the sender, but it doesn't go directly to the recipient. It first goes to an email server, then the internet, and then another email server on the recipient side before actually getting to the inbox of the recipient. So what exactly is an email header? Well, it's a detailed set of information specifically about the email. It does include the email addresses, it includes the date and time and the body of the content, but it also includes things that you're not going to see, like the message ID, the IP servers that it passes through, and other information that you don't need to see. So some email statistics, I'm sure everybody here uses email at some point, but last year the average number of emails sent per day was over 300 billion, and it's expected that the rate is going to grow year after year. Well, phishing is one of the most common forms of cybercrime, with an estimated 3.4 billion spam emails sent every year. Now, this does include ad emails from legitimate companies as well as fake companies. And then, of course, over 48% of the emails sent back in 2022 were spam emails. So based on these numbers, we should anticipate the growing number of phishing emails is going to increase as the number of emails that we send is going to increase, which we know as the years goes on, we end up sending more and more emails every day. So for my research project, I really wanted to look into those headers and see what distinguishes a phishing email from a regular one. What are the signs or the red flags that I could be looking for? And of course, I wanted to look at the protocols and the authentication methods that the algorithms and filters use. Before I begin though, there are some terms I'm going to be using, so I'll just give you a quick rundown. DKIM stands for Domain Key Identified Mail, and this is basically the signature or the seal on the email. If anything changes or is reformatted, it's going to break, which tells you that something was altered. It's not in its initial form. The SPF is the Sender Policy Framework, and this basically is an email authentication standard that domain owners use to specify the email servers that they send them from. Just where are they? And the DMARC stands for Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting and Conformance. What that all means is that it's a protocol that designates where and what to do with the emails if they fail or pass. So now I will show you exactly how I pull my email headers. Let me pull out a PowerPoint for a moment. There is a specific process, but it's rather simple to do. So. So this is an email header. But the first process that I go through is obviously just go to your email. And these are all the spam emails that I've collected so far. Some of them are in my inbox because I had them forwarded to me. But I'm just going to click on Santa Lucia. This kind of looks fishy, just a little bit. You know, there's many emails in the toolbox. It's a foreign language that I don't know, as well as the attachment doesn't quite look right. So what I'm going to do is go over to the More tab and scroll all the way down to the Show Original. This is the email header. Google has kindly organized all this information so I can get a brief idea. But if I want to throw it in the analyzing tool, I'm going to download the original. And I'm going to name it Santa Lucia, just to keep it in order. And then save it. If I go over to my filing system, I can pull it up in Notepad where it's going to show me the content that I can use to punt it into my So, as you can see here, all of the authentication protocols checked out. It doesn't look fishy according to the tool. But, like I mentioned, this is showing the servers that it went through. There aren't that many servers. It's not blacklisted. It looks safe. The signature wasn't broken. All of the protocols were met. So it looks just normal. But one thing to note is that this is just the system. This is not the human eye intelligence. All the system is doing is making sure does it meet the reputation elements that it's been asked. So I did this multiple times, roughly 50 emails. That was the number that I was able to collect in total. Let me go back to my slideshow. The results of doing all of this multiple times ended up being where I had over half of the emails were exactly what you saw. Everything checked out. There were no problems, nothing set off any red flags or whatnot. 30% of them did, and so I did look into those a lot further. But this chart kind of should seem a little off to you because if most of the phishing emails that I scanned, which were 100% phishing emails, if most of them were greenlit, that kind of says, well, what's wrong with our system? Because clearly we're missing, the phishing emails are getting smarter or they're somehow able to bypass the systems when they really shouldn't be. And that 4% that you're seeing right there, the DKIM signature that I mentioned, there were a small percentage of emails that everything passed except for the signature. And that was due to the fact that while I was transferring them over into the analyzing tool, I ended up breaking the format. I added a character, my computer changed up how the header looked, and so the DKIM broke. But if you assume that everything worked out and you disregard the fact that the signature broke, it would be counted as part of the 66%. And so you would actually see 70% of the emails passing. Moving on, the signature was one of the problems that I faced. However, another problem that I ran into at the very beginning of my project was that I didn't realize that you have to forward a phishing email as an attachment if you want to retain the original header. So I enlisted the help of several of my peers and they gracefully sent me dozens of phishing emails. However, I didn't tell them that they needed to be an attachment. So all I got was the new header from my peer to myself, and thus they were unusable. But during this process, I did discover something quite interesting. When I ran them through the email header, I turned them into a PDF and then put them in a writing application so I can start marking them. most of the emails that I ran through them ended up being around 100 pages of PDF content. Now, for reference, a regular email, probably 10 pages of analyzing content. An email with attachments, you might see 20 or 25. These had over 100 on average, which told me there was something wrong in the email or in the attachment. There was some sort of script or encoding information that I couldn't see, but I knew that as soon as I clicked or downloaded that PDF, something was going to happen on my computer. And that email that I showed you actually is like that. So this one right here, if I click print, it's telling me that this header is 81 pages. But if we scroll down, so we cancel that. If we scroll down all the way to the bottom, here's all of our information. These are just different tags that they've decided to put on the email. Once we get here, this is the attachment ID. Everything else here is just encrypted computer jargon. And it goes on and on for 80 pages. So that was the one big thing that I found that was common with all of the phishing emails, was that there was way more information in the email than what they were presenting to you. So with that, I can take any further questions. I do want to expand upon this research because I am just scratching the surface. But as a quick note, I was able to use this information to help validate other different emails, and it's a very simple process that people can use as well. The analyzing tool that I use is called MX Toolbox, and it's a free online application. Thank you.
So this giant looks like a hash, but I don't know what exactly it is. Like, is it the content of the attachment, or is it actually like part of the header of the email?
This is, I believe it's part of the, it's not part of the header, it is the parsed out language of the attachment. Yes.
It's the encoded PDF.
Yes.
So
but you'll see it in the header, because the header is just spelling out everything, including.
I see. So does that, oh, sorry.
So that big long part of encrypted like computer stuff, have you attempted to de-encrypt it to see what it is, like whether it's like malicious code or like something else completely?
I have briefly tried to research whether or not it's some sort of language, but while I was researching that, I threw in a few of the characters to see if the internet recognized any of the patterns. But as I was doing that, I came across an article where they were talking about encryption, and it kind of looked like common characters in encryption. So I'm not entirely, I stopped my research after that because I wasn't sure how fruitful it would be. So it could be code that I just haven't discovered, but it could also be just encryption that they've scrambled up and there's no way for me to be able to tell.
So just a quick follow-up, since this payload is so big, like, can you see it? Like, do you check the size of PDF inside the email? Because 80 pages, I mean.
Yes. I downloaded a lot of these files in my own personal folder. So I I took more risks than I thought I probably should for the sake of science.
Welcome to cybersecurity.
Most of so about to where you get to 11 or 12, those emails I received from someone, these are the ones I got from my personal inbox. So I guess that can tell you about the size of the PDF. Some of them are larger, like this one, but some of them only ended up being a couple megabytes.
Have you tried sending any of them the virus code?
I have not, no.
I'd be curious to see if you uploaded a few of those PDFs to VirusTotal, what exactly was in there. Because if they've been seen before, VirusTotal should tell you the type of malware or whatever might actually be embedded in the PDF.
That would be interesting, yes.
Just don't open them on this machine.
Yes, for sure.
I was thinking if you open it and you don't have like 2 pages, it's like 4 minutes. Something's missing.
What's the file size on a regular attachment if you were to send a normal, non-malicious attachment over?
Yes.
What's the file size going to be?
So I did do, as a test, because when I was looking into that and I realized I wanted to get a basis.
45 megabytes for a PDF is massive.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's not just pages. It's okay.
So I should have in here I guess I don't. I'll have to go digging for one in my email. So this might be more personal information about me that you'll discover, but I suppose that's okay. The last one I tested, I had a regular Word document, and it was a letter of recommendation from a high school teacher. And I believe that particular email was about 25 pages when I put it in the tool. Okay. So in case I don't find one like it, that's probably your best frame of reference. That's a client that I was working with. Okay, this is the one. So I don't want to necessarily share that information. Now, you can copy this into the tool, but that's where I ended up running into the signature breaking because Google stripped most of the attachment information because it deemed it unsafe. So if I copied the phishing emails over, the pages were like 8 to 10 pages. So but if I downloaded the actual email, then that's when you saw the 100, the 80, the 95 pages. So I download them now. Well, I will say, I thoroughly enjoy using MX Toolbox. There are plenty of other email analyzing tools, but this one by far has the best UI. So if you ever wanted to do this with any of your emails, I would suggest doing MX Toolbox. And here's a good example. My old high school teacher doesn't have a DMARC compliance rule, and she doesn't have a signature set up on her email account. So I happened to know that, but that's another instance. It's a completely legitimate email, yet it didn't pass. And then we have the phishing emails that passed all of the check marks. So yes, 19 pages is the size of that. With an image, I'm sure it would be a little bit more, but still 80 to 100 pages is way more than necessary.
What would be your next steps in further investigating this?
I think the next steps for me would be I could also work on improving the algorithms, but unfortunately my research into that during this topic was very limited. I couldn't find much on it. There wasn't a lot of documentation, so I don't think I could be able to follow that route that much.
Any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Grace. So that concludes our 14 presentations from 16 graduating seniors from computer science. So one more hand for all of them, please. Thank you for attending. If you haven't, fill out a feedback form, please. If you have, just leave it upside down on the table. We'll collect them. And grab a snack on your way out. And thank you all for coming.
Well, that was fun.
But it's my code.
Yeah, so I'm still kind of on that.
I have had 3 sodas, half a bag. And I had age 40 and sushi at my Thank you once again for live streaming.
You're welcome.
Oh yes, thank you. Will that be